Welcome, fellow fans of the strange and unsettling. Tonight we're diving into the shadowy corners of the wilderness, where a simple camping trip can quickly turn into a terrifying nightmare. You know the feeling, that mix of excitement and a tiny prickle of unease as you venture into the great unknown. But what happens when that unease turns into full-blown dread? When the sounds of the forest become whispers of something ancient and hungry? We've gathered a collection of short, sharp jolts of horror creepypasta-style beginnings that throw you right into the heart of a camping trip gone horribly, terribly wrong. These are first-person accounts, each designed to hook you and send a shiver down your spine. So settle in, maybe turn up the volume just a little, and prepare to have your next camping trip feel just a little bit more precarious. Here are some chilling tales from the dark side of the woods. My name is Jessica, and up until about a week ago, I considered myself a pretty level-headed person. I liked order, I enjoyed my routine, and while I wasn't averse to a little adventure, I generally preferred the predictability of city life. So how I ended up waking up with deep, parallel scratches on my arms in a tent pitched somewhere deep in the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina is a story I'm still trying to piece together, a story that's rapidly unraveling into something I can only describe as a nightmare. The trip was supposed to be a rejuvenating one. My best friend, Sarah, had been badgering me for months to join her on one of her epic outdoor adventures. Sarah is the polar opposite of me, a free spirit, a lover of all things wild, and someone who genuinely finds peace in the heart of nature. I usually politely decline her invitations, preferring the comfort of my air-conditioned apartment and a good book. But lately, life had been a lot. Work had been stressful, a recent relationship had ended messily, and even my beloved routine felt suffocating. So, when Sarah proposed a long weekend hiking and camping in the Appalachian Mountains, something in me finally gave in. Maybe, I thought, a little time in nature would be good for me. A chance to disconnect, breathe fresh air, and clear my head. We spent the first day driving the Blue Ridge Parkway, offering stunning vistas of rolling hills blanketed in vibrant fall foliage. Sarah, ever the enthusiastic guide, pointed out landmarks and rattled off facts about the local flora and fauna. I mostly just enjoyed the scenery, the crisp autumn air filling the car as we cruised along with the windows down. We finally arrived at our chosen trailhead late in the afternoon. It was a less traveled section of the Pisgah. Sarah had assured me, promising a more authentic experience away from the usual crowds. As we started our hike, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows through the dense woods. The air grew cooler, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine needles. The hike to our chosen campsite was moderately challenging, a steady uphill climb that left me a little winded. Sarah, of course, bounded ahead with seemingly endless energy, occasionally stopping to wait for me with an encouraging smile. By the time we reached a small clearing near a babbling creek, the last rays of sunlight were fading. We quickly set about pitching our tent, the familiar routine a small comfort in the growing darkness. Sarah, ever prepared, had brought a compact gas stove, and soon the aroma of our dehydrated chili filled the cool night air. Dinner was a quiet affair. We sat on small foldable stools, the only light coming from our headlamps, and talked about everything and nothing. Sarah recounted tales from her previous hikes, stories of encounters with wildlife, mostly bears, which made me slightly nervous, and breathtaking views from mountain summits. I mostly listened, occasionally adding a comment or a question. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest became more pronounced, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. It was a symphony of nature, Sarah called it. I found it a little unnerving, but I tried to focus on the rhythmic sound of the nearby creek. Eventually fatigue caught up with us, and we decided to turn in. We checked that all our food was properly stored away from any potential animal visitors, and then crawled into our sleeping bags. The tent felt surprisingly cozy, a small pocket of warmth and shelter against the vast darkness outside. Sarah fell asleep almost instantly, her soft breathing a steady presence beside me. I, however, found it harder to drift off. My mind kept replaying the day's events, and every now and then a particularly loud rustle outside would make my heart jump. But eventually the exhaustion of the day won out, and I finally succumbed to sleep. I don't remember any dreams. My sleep was deep and dreamless, a welcome escape from the worries that had been plaguing me. That's why what I woke up to was so utterly shocking. The first thing I noticed was a dull throbbing in my arms. It wasn't intense pain, more like a persistent ache that pulled me from the depths of sleep. I groggily opened my eyes, the dim morning light filtering through the tent fabric. Sarah was still asleep beside me, her face peaceful. I shifted slightly, intending to stretch, and that's when I saw them. On my left forearm, 3 distinct scratches ran parallel to each other, long and deep enough to have broken the skin. They weren't bleeding bright red, instead a thick, viscous black fluid was slowly oozing from the wounds. I stared at them in disbelief, my heart starting to pound in my chest. Had I scratched myself in my sleep? That seemed unlikely. The scratches were too clean, too precise. And the black fluid, it was unlike anything I had ever seen. It looked almost like tar, thick and glossy, and it had a faint, unpleasant odor that I couldn't quite place. Panic started to set in. I quickly checked my right arm. There they were again, another set of 3 parallel scratches, equally deep and oozing the same strange black substance. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had something gotten into the tent during the night? But the tent was zipped up tight. I distinctly remember Sarah checking it before we went to sleep. And I hadn't felt a thing. Not a movement, not a pressure, not even a tickle. Just these scratches. I nudged Sarah awake, my voice trembling slightly. "Sarah," I said, "wake up. Look at this." She groaned and rolled over, blinking sleepily at me. When she finally focused on my arms, her eyes widened in alarm.
Jess?
What happened? I don't know. I whispered, my voice filled with a growing sense of dread. I just woke up like this. Sarah sat up quickly, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a look of concern. She examined my arms closely, her brow furrowed. That's really weird. Did you feel anything last night? Any itching, anything at all? I shook my head. Nothing. I slept like a log. She reached out and gently touched one of the scratches, her fingers barely grazing the edge. It looks nasty. And what is this stuff? She recoiled slightly, looking at the black fluid on her fingertip with a mixture of disgust and apprehension. We spent the next few minutes in a state of bewildered examination. We couldn't come up with any logical explanation. There were no insects in the tent, no sharp objects that could have caused such precise wounds. And the black fluid, it was so unnatural, it didn't look like blood or pus or anything I had ever seen before. A shiver ran down my spine despite the mild morning air. This wasn't right. Something felt deeply, fundamentally wrong. This wasn't just a random accident or a bug bite gone wrong. There was something else at play here, something unsettling and unknown lurking in the seemingly peaceful woods around us. And as I looked at the mysterious scratches on my arms, a cold knot of fear began to tighten in my stomach. Our rejuvenating camping trip had just taken a very dark and unexpected turn. Our initial shock quickly morphed into a frantic search for answers. We emptied the tent, meticulously examining every inch of the fabric, the zippers, the seams. There were no tears, no holes, no signs of forced entry. It was as sealed as it had been when we went to sleep. We checked our sleeping bags, our clothes, even the ground underneath the tent, looking for anything sharp or out of the ordinary. We found nothing. Maybe it was a branch or something. Sarah suggested, her voice laced with uncertainty. Maybe it poked through the tent while we were sleeping. I shook my head, holding up my arm. Look at them, Sarah. They're perfectly parallel. 3 of them on each arm, the same length, the same depth. A branch wouldn't do that. And even if it did, wouldn't I have felt something? The black fluid continued to seep from the scratches, leaving dark trails down my arms. It felt sticky and slightly warm, and the faint odor was growing a little stronger, a sort of sickly sweet smell that made my stomach churn. We wiped it away with wet wipes, but it kept reappearing. We need to clean these properly, Sarah said, her practical side kicking in. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out our first aid kit. As she cleaned the scratches with antiseptic wipes, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The antiseptic stung, but the black fluid persisted. It didn't look like a normal wound reacting to the cleaning. It was almost as if it was being produced by my skin. "This is really weird, Jess," Sarah said, her usual optimism starting to fade. "I've never seen anything like this before." We discussed possible explanations, each one sounding more far-fetched than the last. Could it have been some kind of insect bite? Or what kind of insect would leave 3 perfectly parallel scratches? And what about the black fluid? Could it be some kind of allergic reaction? But I've never had any allergies like this before. As we talked, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter. The cheerful morning birdsong had ceased. and an unsettling silence had descended. Even the sound of the creek seemed muted. The sunlight filtering through the trees looked weak and pale, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and shift on their own. A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, making us both jump. It felt colder now, a damp, bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep into our clothes. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were observing us from the depths of the woods. Maybe we should just pack up and head back. I said the words, feeling heavy and leaden in my mouth. This is creeping me out. Sarah looked around, her expression thoughtful. I don't know, Jess. We just got here, and the hike back is pretty long. But these scratches, I insisted, holding out my arms again. This isn't normal. Something happened last night, and we don't know what it was. Reluctantly, Sarah agreed. She could see the fear in my eyes, and I knew she was starting to feel uneasy too. We quickly started packing up our campsite, our movements hurried and jerky. The silence of the forest seemed to press in on us, amplifying every rustle and snap of a twig. As we were folding up the tent, Sarah suddenly stopped, her gaze fixed on something on the ground near where I had been sleeping. Jess, look at this. I followed her gaze and saw it. In the damp earth, just outside the tent, were a series of strange tracks. They were unlike any animal tracks I had ever seen. They were roughly hand-shaped, but much larger, with long, slender fingers and what looked like wickedly sharp claws. And there were 3 distinct indentations where the fingers had pressed into the soil. My blood ran cold. The tracks, they matched the scratches on my arms. What made these? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah's face was pale. I don't know, but it wasn't a bear, or a deer, or anything I've ever seen before. We stared at the tracks in horrified fascination. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, with no clear entry or exit point. It was as if something had simply materialized beside our tent in the middle of the night. The sickly sweet odor that had been emanating from my scratches seemed to be stronger here, near the tracks. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. What was that smell? Adrenaline coursed through me, replacing the earlier grogginess. The leisurely hike back Sarah had envisioned now felt like a desperate escape. We finished packing in record time, our movements driven by a primal urge to get away from this place. As we started back down the trail, the woods seemed different. The familiar trees and undergrowth now looked menacing, their shadows taking on grotesque shapes. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves made us jump. We walked quickly, not talking, our eyes darting around nervously. After about an hour of hiking, the black fluid on my arms started to itch intensely. The scratches felt hot and inflamed. I stopped and scratched them, and more of the black fluid oozed out. It was starting to feel like it was coming from deeper within me, not just from the surface of the skin. Maybe we should try to clean them again. Sarah said, concern etched on her face. We stopped by a small stream, and she carefully washed my arms with water. The cool water felt momentarily soothing, but the black fluid reappeared almost immediately. As Sarah was bandaging my arms with gauze from the first aid kit, I noticed something else. The scratches seemed to be changing. They looked a little longer now, maybe a little deeper, and the edges seemed to be slightly jagged, almost like they had been made by something truly sharp and vicious. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't just a superficial injury. This was something else, something far more sinister. We continued our hike, the unease growing with every step. The silence of the forest was broken only by our hurried breathing and the crunch of our boots on the fallen leaves. We passed no other hikers, and the isolation started to feel oppressive. Suddenly, we heard a sound in the distance. It was faint at first, but it grew steadily louder, a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. It didn't sound like any animal I had ever heard before. It was deeper, more menacing, with a chilling undertone that spoke of something ancient and malevolent. We froze, our eyes wide with fear. The growl seemed to be coming from the woods to our right, getting closer with every passing second. What is that? I whispered, my voice trembling. Sarah's face was ashen. I don't know, she breathed, but we need to get out of here. Now, we started to run, our backpacks bouncing against our backs, our feet pounding on the trail. The growling followed us, growing louder and closer. We could hear the sound of branches breaking in the undergrowth, as if something large and heavy was crashing through the woods after us. Panic surged through me. Whatever had made those scratches, whatever had left those terrifying tracks, was was now hunting us. And as the guttural growls echoed through the trees, I knew that our peaceful camping trip had turned into a desperate fight for survival. We ran as fast as our legs could carry us, the sound of the growling creature spurring us onward. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly before us, a winding ribbon of dirt and fallen leaves through the increasingly dense woods. Branches whipped at our faces, and our lungs burned with exertion, but we didn't dare to stop. The terrifying growls behind us were getting closer, punctuated by the snapping of twigs and the heavy thud of something large moving through the undergrowth. Which way? I gasped, stumbling slightly on a root. Just keep going, Sarah yelled back, her voice tight with fear. Stay on the trail! But the trail twisted and turned, and the growls seemed to be coming from all directions now. It was as if we were surrounded. Suddenly, the creature burst into view to our left, crashing through the trees. It was huge, much bigger than a bear, with a hunched, shadowy form. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent yellow light, and I could see long, sharp claws glinting in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Its mouth was open in a silent snarl, revealing rows of jagged teeth. I screamed, my terror giving me a burst of adrenaline. We veered sharply to the right, plunging off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Thorns tore at our clothes and skin, and fallen logs tripped us, but we scrambled on, desperate to put some distance between us and the creature. The growling intensified, closer than ever. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, hear its heavy panting just behind us. I didn't dare to look back, focusing all my energy on running, on escaping, and Sarah screamed. I whirled around to see her fall, her ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. The creature was almost upon her, its shadow looming over her. Sarah, I cried, running back towards her without thinking. Go, Jess! Get out of here! She yelled, trying to push herself up with her hands. But I couldn't leave her. I grabbed her arm and tried to pull her up, but her ankle buckled under her weight. The creature was just a few feet away now, its yellow eyes fixed on us with predatory hunger. In a moment of desperate inspiration, I remembered the bear spray Sarah had insisted on bringing. I fumbled in my backpack, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the canister. Finally, my fingers closed around it. I pulled it out, aimed it in the direction of the creature, and squeezed the trigger. A cloud of bright orange spray erupted from the can, engulfing the creature's face. It shrieked a high-pitched, inhuman sound that echoed through the forest and recoiled, pawing at its eyes. Run, Sarah, run! I yelled, pulling her to her feet. She winced in pain, but leaned heavily on me as we stumbled away, putting as much distance as we could between us and the temporarily incapacitated creature. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the forest, where our car was parked. We practically threw ourselves inside, slamming the doors and locking them. I started the engine with trembling hands and peeled out of the parking lot, leaving the dark woods behind us. We didn't speak for a long time, the silence in the car broken only by our ragged breathing. Sarah was clutching her ankle, her face pale with pain. I looked at my arms. The scratches were still there, still oozing the black fluid, and they seemed to have grown even longer. We drove straight to the nearest hospital emergency room. The doctors and nurses were baffled by my injuries. They had never seen anything like the deep, parallel scratches or the strange black fluid. But they cleaned the wounds and ran tests, but they couldn't offer any explanation. They suspected some kind of unusual animal attack, but they couldn't identify what kind of animal would leave such distinct markings in this bizarre substance. Sarah's ankle was sprained, and she was given crutches and pain medication. We filed a report with the local authorities, but they seemed skeptical of our story, attributing it to stress and perhaps an encounter with a bear, despite our insistence that it was something far more terrifying. It's been a week since that night in the Pisgah National Forest. Sarah is recovering slowly, but I am not sure I will ever be the same. The scratches on my arms haven't healed. They still ooze the black fluid, and they itch constantly. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night with a feeling of cold dread, convinced that the creature is still out there, hunting us. The black fluid has started to have a strange effect on me. I feel different. More alert, perhaps, but also more agitated, more prone to sudden fits of anger. I've started having vivid nightmares, filled with shadowy figures and glowing yellow eyes. And the sickly sweet odor that emanates from my scratches seems to be getting stronger. I've been researching local folklore and legends of the Appalachian Mountains, desperate for some kind of explanation. There are stories of strange creatures said to inhabit the deep woods, ancient beings that prey on unsuspecting travelers. Some of the descriptions, they bear a disturbing resemblance to what we encountered that night. I don't know what it was that attacked us, but I know one thing for sure: it wasn't just a normal animal, and I have a terrifying feeling that whatever it was, it's not finished with us yet. The scratches on my arms are a constant reminder, a creeping dread that something has been planted inside me, something dark and unknown that is slowly taking root. I keep looking at my reflection half, expecting to see yellow eyes staring back at me. I can still hear the guttural growls in my nightmares, feel the hot breath on my neck. We made a bad decision going into those woods, a terrible, life-altering decision, and I fear that the scratches are just the beginning of a horror story that will never truly end. My name is Mark, and if there's one thing I can confidently say about myself, it's that I know the Appalachian Trail like the back of my hand. I've hiked it over the course of years, each trip etching new memories and breathtaking vistas into my mind. From the rugged peaks of Maine to the misty valleys of Georgia, I've seen it all. But there's always been one section that's held a different kind of pull on me, a subtle unease that lingers even now as I type this. That section runs through the Chattahoochee National Forest in northern Georgia. Don't get me wrong, the Chattahoochee is beautiful. Towering pines, dense undergrowth, and the constant murmur of unseen streams create an atmosphere of wild serenity. But there's also a certain stillness to it, a feeling of being watched from the shadows that I haven't encountered anywhere else on the AT. Maybe it's the history of the place, the whispers of old Cherokee legends and forgotten settlements. Or perhaps it's just my own overactive imagination running wild in the solitude of the wilderness. Whatever the reason, I always felt a prickle of apprehension whenever my itinerary took me through those woods. This particular trip started like any other. I'd planned a 5-day solo hike, aiming to cover a familiar stretch of the trail I'd done a few times before. The weather forecast had been clear, promising crisp autumn days and cool nights. The first couple of days were exactly that: uneventful, peaceful, and filled with the simple joys of backpacking. I fell into the familiar rhythm of putting one foot in front of the other, the weight of my pack a comforting presence on my back. I enjoyed the solitude, the way the forest seemed to breathe around me, the occasional glimpse of wildlife darting through the trees. Then came the fog. It rolled in on the third morning, thick and sudden, like a ghostly blanket smothering the landscape. One moment, the sun was filtering through the golden leaves, casting long shadows on the trail. The next, visibility was reduced to maybe 20 feet. The familiar landmarks vanished, swallowed by the swirling white mist. The air grew heavy and damp, and the usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, were muted, replaced by an eerie silence. I consulted my map and compass, making sure I stayed on the marked trail. Navigation in heavy fog can be tricky, and getting lost was the last thing I wanted. I pressed on, my pace slowing as I carefully watched for blazes on the trees. The fog seemed to amplify the feeling of isolation, making me hyper, aware of every snap of a twig and every rustle in the underbrush. After a couple of hours of this disorienting trek, I reached a point on the map where a small, unmarked side trail branched off from the main AT. I'd never noticed it before, probably because I'd always stuck to my planned routes. But in the oppressive fog, with the familiar trail feeling almost claustrophobic, the idea of exploring something new suddenly became appealing. A strange sense of curiosity, a feeling I should have resisted, began to bubble up within me. I hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the direction I'd come from. The fog was so thick that I couldn't see more than a few feet. The main trail felt like it had disappeared entirely. Taking the side trail was a risk, I knew that. It wasn't on my map, and I had no idea where it led. But the thought of continuing on the same, shrouded path felt stifling. The allure of the unknown, the possibility of discovering something new in this familiar forest, was too strong to ignore. With a sigh, I made my decision. I took a deep breath, adjusted my pack, and stepped onto the unmarked trail. The change was immediate. The side trail was narrower and less maintained than the AT. Thorny bushes encroached on either side, and fallen leaves and branches littered the ground. It felt like I was venturing into a part of the forest that rarely saw human traffic. The fog seemed even denser here, clinging to the trees like ghostly figures. I continued walking, The silence broken only by the crunch of my boots on the damp earth and the occasional drip of moisture from the fog-laden leaves. The trail wound its way deeper into the woods, gradually sloping downwards. After what felt like a considerable distance, I started to wonder if I'd made a mistake. The fog showed no signs of lifting, and I had no idea how far I'd strayed from the main trail. Just as a wave of doubt began to wash over me, I saw it. Through the swirling mist, a faint shape began to materialize. At first, I thought it was just a large rock formation, but as I drew closer, the shape became more defined. It was a cabin. It was a small, rustic structure, built from rough, hewn logs that had weathered to a dark gray. The roof was moss-covered and slightly sagging in places. The windows were small and dark, like vacant eyes staring out from the gloom. It looked old, abandoned, a relic from a bygone era. What struck me as particularly odd was its location. It was nestled deep within a small clearing surrounded by thick trees. There was no visible path leading to it, at least not one that I could discern through the fog and the dense undergrowth. It was as if the cabin had simply sprung up out of the forest floor, isolated and forgotten. And then I saw the smoke. A thin wisp of gray smoke was curling lazily from a stone chimney on one end of the cabin. It was faint, almost ethereal, but undeniably there. Smoke meant fire, and fire meant someone was inside. My mind raced. Who would be living in such a remote, inaccessible place? Why was there no path leading to the cabin? And why did it feel like I was the first person to stumble upon it in years? Despite the unsettling questions swirling in my head, a powerful sense of curiosity, the same one that had led me to take this detour, took hold. I had to know who was inside. I had to understand why this cabin existed in this hidden corner of the forest. I cautiously approached the cabin, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth of the clearing. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke, a comforting scent that somehow felt out of place in this eerie setting. I stopped a few feet from the front door, which was made of thick, unpainted planks. It looked solid and heavy, like it hadn't been opened in a long time. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering in the air. A part of me, a small voice of reason, urged me to turn back, to retrace my steps and find my way back to the familiar safety of the Appalachian Trail. But the pull of the unknown was too strong. Taking a deep breath, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed strangely in the stillness of the fog-shrouded clearing. Silence. I waited, listening intently. I could hear the faint crackling of fire from within the cabin, but no other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. I knocked again, this time a little louder. Still nothing. A wave of disappointment washed over me. Maybe whoever was inside was asleep. Or maybe they simply hadn't heard me over the crackling fire. I was about to turn away, to accept that my curiosity would remain unsatisfied when it happened. Slowly, deliberately, the door began to creak open. It wasn't pushed or pulled. It simply moved on its own, as if an unseen hand was inviting me inside. The sound was low and mournful, like the sigh of an old, weary soul. As the door swung inward, it revealed only darkness. A deep, impenetrable blackness that seemed to swallow the faint light of the foggy morning. I couldn't see anything inside, not even the faintest hint of a fire. A sudden chill ran down my spine, a coldness that had nothing to do with the damp air. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. This wasn't right. This wasn't normal. My heart began to pound in my chest. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But the same morbid curiosity that had brought me here now held me rooted to the spot. I had to know what lay beyond that open doorway. Against my better judgment, I took a tentative step forward, peering into the darkness. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The darkness remained silent. I took another step, my senses on high alert. The air inside the cabin felt different, heavier, colder. It carried a faint, musty odor like damp earth and something else, something I couldn't quite place. And then I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound coming from the depths of the darkness. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was definitely there. My breath hitched in my throat. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. The shuffling sound came again, closer this time, and then a low, guttural moan echoed from the darkness. That was enough. The last vestiges of my curiosity vanished, replaced by a primal fear that gripped me like a vice. I didn't need to see what was making those sounds. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that nothing good awaited me inside that cabin. I turned to flee, my legs pumping as fast as they could carry me. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The image of that dark, silent doorway and the chilling moan that had emanated from within was burned into my mind. I ran blindly through the fog, the image of the cabin receding behind me. Branches whipped at my face, and my feet stumbled over unseen roots and rocks. I didn't care. All I wanted was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that terrifying place. I didn't stop running until I burst back onto the familiar path of the Appalachian Trail, gasping for breath, and my heart still hammering in my chest. The fog seemed a little less oppressive here, the familiar markers on the trees a welcome sight. I didn't look back towards the side trail. I didn't want to. I just kept walking, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the cabin in the woods. But even now, as I sit here writing this, I can still feel that chilling dread, and the memory of that open doorway leading into the impenetrable darkness still haunts my nightmares. I don't know what I saw or what I almost saw, but I know one thing for sure: I will never, ever take another detour in the Chattahoochee National Forest again. The relief I felt upon reaching the Appalachian Trail was immense, a physical weight lifting off my chest. The familiar white blazes on the trees were like beacons of sanity in the swirling gray world. I didn't stop running immediately, though. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but the image of that open doorway and the guttural moan echoing from the darkness propelled me forward. I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cabin to get back to the relative safety of a well-trodden path and the potential for encountering other hikers. After what felt like an eternity, I finally slowed to a brisk walk, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I leaned against a thick oak, trying to catch my breath and calm the frantic beating of my heart. My hands were shaking, and a cold sweat slicked my skin despite the cool air. I kept glancing back down the trail, half expecting to see something or someone emerging from the fog. But there was nothing, only the dense white mist clinging to the trees. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just an old, abandoned cabin, and the door had simply been blown open by the wind. The moan. Perhaps it was an animal injured or trapped inside. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the truth. There was a palpable sense of wrongness about that place, a feeling of ancient malice that had seeped into my very bones. The way the door had opened on its own, the oppressive darkness within, the sheer isolation of the cabin with no visible path leading to it, it all pointed to something far more sinister than a simple abandoned building. I knew I should probably report it to the park rangers when I got out of the forest, but a part of me was hesitant. How would I even describe it? A cabin that appeared out of nowhere in the fog, a door that opened by itself, a moan from the darkness. They'd probably think I was crazy, just another hiker spooked by the solitude of the woods. Shaking my head, I decided to focus on the immediate task at hand, getting out of the Chattahoochee National Forest as quickly as possible. I checked my map and compass, reorienting myself. I still had a couple of days of hiking planned, but now all I wanted was to reach my car and drive away from this place. As I continued along the trail, the fog showed no signs of lifting. It remained thick and disorienting, casting an eerie pall over everything. The silence of the forest felt heavier now, no longer peaceful but oppressive, filled with unseen eyes. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me just beyond the veil of the fog. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the physical act of hiking, on the rhythm of my steps and the feel of my pack on my back. I reminded myself of all the times I'd hiked alone in the wilderness without incident. This was just a bad experience, a momentary scare. Once I was out of the forest, it would all seem like a bad dream. But the feeling of unease persisted, growing stronger with each passing hour. The fog seemed to be playing tricks on my eyes, the shapes of the trees morphing into grotesque figures in my peripheral vision. I kept thinking I saw movement in the shadows, fleeting glimpses of something dark and indistinct. I started to hike faster, pushing myself harder than I normally would. I wanted to cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. The thought of being alone in the woods after dark, with the memory of that cabin fresh in my mind, was unbearable. As the afternoon wore on, I finally started to encounter other hikers. A small group heading north, their faces etched with the weariness of a long day on the trail. I offered a curt nod and kept moving, not wanting to stop and talk. I didn't want to have to explain why I was hiking so fast, why I looked so shaken. Later, I passed a solo hiker resting by the side of the trail. He smiled and said hello, but I could only manage a weak wave in response. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, probably wondering what my rush was. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows through the fog, I started to feel a sense of desperation. I needed to find a suitable campsite before nightfall. The thought of setting up my tent in this oppressive atmosphere filled me with dread. Just as I was starting to consider hiking through the night, I came across a small, established campsite. It was nestled in a relatively open area with a fire ring and a few flat spots for tents. There was no one else there. Despite my apprehension, I decided to set up camp. I knew pushing myself through the night in my current state would be risky. I needed rest, even if the thought of sleeping alone in these woods terrified me. I quickly pitched my tent, my movements jerky and hurried. As soon as it was up, I crawled inside, zipping the door shut. The thin nylon offered little in the way of protection, but it provided a small sense of security. I fumbled for my headlamp and switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness inside the tent. I pulled out my sleeping bag and crawled inside, pulling it up to my chin. The sounds of the forest seemed amplified in the darkness. The rustling of leaves, the hooting of an owl, the distant howl of a coyote, each sound sent a shiver of fear down my spine. I kept imagining that shuffling sound, that guttural moan coming from just outside my tent. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that the experience at the cabin had rattled me more than I realized. But the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of the light, wouldn't go away. I lay there for hours, tense and unable to relax, every muscle in my body coiled tight. The fog outside seemed to press in on the tent, the silence punctuated by the occasional drip of condensation. Sometime in the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a sound. It was faint, but distinct. A soft scratching noise coming from the outside of my tent. My heart leaped into my throat. I held my breath, listening intently. The scratching came again, closer this time, right by the head of my tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, my mind racing. What could it be, an animal or something else? As something connected to the cabin. The scratching continued for what felt like an eternity, a slow, deliberate scraping sound against the thin fabric of my tent. I lay there, frozen with fear, unable to move or make a sound. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the scratching stopped. Silence. I waited, listening for any further sounds. But there was nothing. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing. I slowly reached for my headlamp, my hand trembling. I switched it on and cautiously scanned the inside of my tent. Nothing seemed out of place. Taking a deep breath, I slowly unzipped the tent door and peered outside. The fog was still thick, illuminated eerily by the beam of my headlamp. I couldn't see anything. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to risk a quick look around. I crawled out of the tent, my headlamp sweeping the surrounding area. The campsite was empty. There were no signs of any animals, no tracks in the damp earth. I walked around the perimeter of my tent, my heart pounding in my chest. And then I saw it. Scratched into the dirt right next to where my head had been inside the tent was a symbol. It was crudely drawn but unmistakable. A circle with a line through it, and 3 smaller lines radiating outwards. I didn't recognize the symbol, but it sent a fresh wave of terror washing over me. This wasn't an animal. This was something else. Something that knew I was here. Something that had been right outside my tent while I slept. I scrambled back inside my tent, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I zipped the door shut and huddled in my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around me. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every sound, every shadow, sent my imagination spiraling into dark and terrifying places. As soon as the first hint of dawn began to break through the fog, I packed up my camp in a frenzy. I didn't bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. As I hiked away from the campsite, I kept looking back, half expecting to see something following me. The fog still clung to the trees, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the woods were alive with something ancient and malevolent. The rest of the day was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I hiked as fast as I could, barely stopping to rest or eat. The fog finally started to dissipate in the late afternoon, but the sense of unease remained. Just as darkness was beginning to fall, I finally reached the trailhead where I had parked my car. The sight of my familiar vehicle was like a lifeline. I practically threw my gear into the back and jumped into the driver's seat, locking the doors behind me. I didn't start the engine right away. I just sat there for a moment, catching my breath and trying to process everything that had happened. The encounter with the cabin, the moan from the darkness, The scratching on my tent, the strange symbol in the dirt, it all felt surreal, like something out of a nightmare. I finally started the engine and put the car in drive, eager to leave the Chattahoochee National Forest behind. As I drove down the winding mountain road, I glanced in my rearview mirror one last time. The forest looked dark and impenetrable in the fading light, the trees like silent sentinels guarding their secrets. And then, for just a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something in the trees. A pair of glowing eyes, watching me as I drove away. I blinked, and they were gone. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, my imagination running wild. But even now, weeks later, I still can't shake the feeling that whatever I encountered in those woods is still out there, watching, waiting. And I know with a chilling certainty that my detour into the Chattahoochee National Forest that foggy morning was the worst decision I've ever made. The drive home was a blur of anxious glances in the rearview mirror and a desperate yearning for the familiar comfort of my own house. The moment I pulled into my driveway, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, quickly followed by a lingering sense of unease. My house, usually a sanctuary, now felt vulnerable, exposed. What if whatever I had encountered in the woods had somehow followed me? The thought sent a shiver down my spine despite the warmth of the late afternoon sun. I rushed inside, locking all the doors and windows behind me. The silence of my apartment, usually a welcome respite after days in the wilderness, now felt heavy and expectant. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The first few nights were the worst. Sleep offered no escape, only a relentless replay of the events in the forest. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the image of the dark doorway, and the guttural moan echoing in my mind. Sometimes I'd hear the faint scratching sound, even though I knew there was nothing there. During the day, I tried to distract myself. I went back to work, but my focus was shot. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumpy and irritable. My colleagues noticed, asking if I was okay. I just mumbled something about a bad camping trip and tried to change the subject. I knew I needed to talk to someone about what had happened, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain it without sounding completely insane? A mysterious cabin that appeared in the fog, a door that opened on its own, a moan from the darkness, a strange symbol scratched in the dirt. It all sounded like something out of a bad horror movie, not something that could actually happen in real life. But I knew it had happened. I had been there. I had seen it, heard it, felt it. The fear was real, and it was still with me, a constant, knowing presence in the back of my mind. Driven by a desperate need to understand, I started researching the Chattahoochee National Forest. I spent hours online, poring over historical accounts, local folklore, and even paranormal forums. I was looking for anything that might explain the cabin, the symbol, the feeling of dread that had permeated the woods. I found plenty of stories about strange occurrences in the area, tales of lost hikers, unexplained disappearances, and whispers of an ancient evil that haunted the deeper parts of the forest. There were legends of old Cherokee curses and stories of early settlers who had vanished without a trace, but nothing specifically about a cabin that appeared in the fog or the symbol I had seen. The more I researched, the more uneasy I became. It was like the forest itself held a dark secret, something ancient and unknowable. My rational mind tried to dismiss it all as superstition and folklore, but a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. I even tried to find the unmarked side trail on online maps, hoping to pinpoint the location of the cabin. But the area was vast and heavily forested, and the trail wasn't visible on any of the satellite images. It was as if the cabin existed outside the realm of normal cartography, a fleeting anomaly that only revealed itself under specific, unsettling circumstances. As the weeks passed, the intensity of my nightmares began to subside, but the underlying anxiety remained. I found myself avoiding the woods altogether, even for a leisurely hike. The thought of stepping back into the wilderness filled me with a paralyzing fear. Then, about a month after my trip, something else happened. I woke up one morning with a strange itching sensation on my arm. I rolled up my sleeve and saw a small, red mark on my forearm. It was circular, with a faint line through the middle and 3 smaller lines radiating outwards. The symbol. My blood ran cold. It was the exact same symbol that had been scratched in the dirt outside my tent. How had it gotten there? I hadn't seen any insects or anything that could have caused such a precise mark. Panic surged through me. Had whatever was in that cabin somehow followed me home? Was it still watching me? I scrubbed at the mark with soap and water, but it wouldn't go away. It was like it was etched into my skin. I felt a wave of nosy wash over me. Over the next few days, the mark remained, a constant reminder of my terrifying experience. I tried to ignore it, to tell myself it was just a coincidence, a rash or an insect bite that happened to look like the symbol. But deep down, I knew the truth. Then the nightmares returned worse than before. This time, they weren't just replays of the cabin. They were different, darker. I dreamt of being lost in the fog, surrounded by shadowy figures. I dreamt of a low, guttural moaning that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And I dreamt of the symbol growing larger and larger until it filled my entire field of vision. One night, I had a particularly vivid dream. I was back at the cabin, standing in front of the open doorway. The darkness within seemed to writhe and shift, and then I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes, just like the ones I thought I had seen in the trees as I drove away. They were fixed on me, filled with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. I woke up screaming, my body drenched in sweat. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and looked at my arm. The symbol was glowing faintly in the darkness. That was the final straw. I knew I couldn't ignore this anymore. Whatever I had encountered in the Chattahoochee National Forest was not just a figment of my imagination. It was real, and it was somehow connected to me. I decided to try and find someone who might understand. I remembered reading about a local historical society in the town near the trailhead. Maybe they had some information about the history of the forest, about any strange occurrences or symbols. The next day, I drove back to the area, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The closer I got to the forest, the more uneasy I felt. It was like the air itself was growing heavier, filled with a sense of foreboding. I found the historical society in a small, unassuming building on the edge of town. An elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile greeted me. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to begin. I had an experience while hiking in the Chattahoochee National Forest a few weeks ago. I finally managed to say, and I was hoping you might be able to help me understand something. I told her about the cabin, the fog, the open door, the moan. I even showed her the mark on my arm, explaining that it was the same symbol I had seen scratched in the dirt. The woman listened patiently, her expression growing increasingly serious as I spoke. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant. That symbol, she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. It's very old. It's a symbol that was sometimes used by a group that lived in these woods a long time ago. They weren't good people. She went on to explain that the symbol was associated with dark practices and rituals, with things that were best left forgotten. She didn't know much about the specifics, but she said there were old stories, hushed whispers passed down through generations about a malevolent entity that was said to dwell deep within the forest. They say it can lure people in with false promises or by playing on their curiosity. She said her eyes filled with a deep sadness. And once it has a hold on you, she trailed off, shaking her head. She told me that the area where I described seeing the cabin had a particularly dark history, a place that the locals avoided even in daylight. She had never heard of a cabin appearing like that, but she said that the fog and the isolation could sometimes allow things to manifest. As I listened to her words, a cold dread settled in my stomach. It seemed my encounter hadn't been a random event. I had stumbled upon something ancient and evil, and it had somehow marked me. The woman advised me to seek help from someone who understood these things, someone who knew how to deal with such dark forces. She gave me the name of an old woman who lived in a remote part of the county, someone who was said to have knowledge of the old ways. I left the historical society feeling more terrified than ever. The rational explanations I had clung to were gone, replaced by the chilling reality that I had encountered something truly sinister. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if this mark will ever go away, or if the nightmares will ever stop. I don't know if whatever I encountered in the Chattahoochee National Forest will ever truly let me go. All I know is that curiosity, as they say, killed the cat. And my curiosity that foggy morning in the woods might have just cost me more than I could ever have imagined. I will never hike alone in those woods again. In fact, I might never hike in any woods again. The memory of that cabin, the darkness within, and the chilling mark on my arm will forever serve as a terrifying reminder of the bad decision I made that day. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still hear that faint scratching sound, and I can't help but wonder if it's getting closer. My name is Sarah, and if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that I live and breathe birdwatching. It's more than just a hobby, it's a passion, an obsession even. The thrill of spotting a rare species, the intricate patterns of their plumage, the melodies of their songs, it all captivates me in a way that nothing else ever has. And when it comes to bird watching, there's arguably no better place in the southeastern United States than the forests of Georgia. They're a veritable paradise for avian enthusiasts, teeming with a diverse array of species, from the vibrant painted bunting to the elusive Swainson's warbler. Last spring, I decided to take a solo trip to Cloudland Canyon State Park, nestled high atop Lookout Mountain in the northwestern corner of the state. I'd heard whispers among the local birding community about a particularly rare warbler that had been sighted in the area, the golden winged warbler, a tiny, exquisite creature with a flash of yellow on its wing. It was a bird that had eluded me for years, a white whale on my birding checklist, and I was determined to finally add it to my life list. I arrived at the park on a crisp Monday morning, the air still carrying a hint of the previous night's chill. The sun was just beginning to peek through the dense canopy of trees, casting long, dancing shadows across the forest floor. I laced up my hiking boots, adjusted my binoculars, and set off with a heart full of anticipation. The marked trails in Cloudland Canyon are well maintained and offer stunning views of the deep gorge, but I knew that to have any real chance of spotting the golden, winged warbler, I'd need to venture a bit off the beaten path. These shy birds tend to prefer the quieter, more secluded areas of the forest. I spent the better part of the morning wandering through the woods, my ears constantly attuned to the slightest chirp or rustle. I identified several familiar species, the cheerful Carolina wren, the melodic wood thrush, and the ever-present northern cardinal. But the golden winged warbler remained elusive. As the day wore on, I found myself deeper and deeper within the forest, further away from the familiar markers of the established trails. I wasn't particularly worried. I had a good sense of direction, a detailed map of the park in my backpack, and plenty of daylight left. Then I heard it. It wasn't the sharp, distinct call of a bird. It was something else. Something softer, more subtle. It was a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like the rustling of dry leaves in a gentle breeze. But there was no breeze. I stopped in my tracks, tilting my head, trying to discern the source. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods, in a direction where there was no marked trail. Curiosity, that relentless companion of every explorer, tugged at me. It wasn't a bird call, that much was certain. But what was it? Could it be some other rare animal? Or perhaps just the wind playing tricks on my ears? I hesitated for a moment, glancing back in the direction of the trail I had last seen. It was probably foolish to venture further into the unmarked territory, but the sound was so intriguing, so unusual. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I carefully made my way through the undergrowth, pushing aside branches and stepping over fallen logs. The whispering sound grew slightly louder as I continued, still indistinct but undeniably present. It wasn't quite like human speech, but it had a certain rhythm, a cadence that was almost like words being spoken in a hushed tone. After what felt like a considerable distance, the trees began to thin out. I emerged into a small clearing, and the sight that greeted me sent a shiver down my spine, a cold wave of unease that had nothing to do with the temperature. The trees in the clearing were arranged in a perfect circle, as if they had been deliberately planted that way. The ground within the circle was bare, devoid of the usual leaf litter and undergrowth. And in the very center of the clearing, there was a single object. It was a doll, an antique doll, the kind you might find in a dusty old attic or a forgotten antique shop. It was sitting upright, but its porcelain face was turned towards the ground, its dark, painted eyes hidden from view. The doll was dressed in a faded, lace-trimmed dress that looked like it had seen better days. One of its arms lay limply at its side, while the other was bent at an unnatural angle. My first instinct was to turn and run. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get away from this place, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unsettling clearing. There was something profoundly wrong about it, something that felt ancient and malevolent. The perfect circle of trees, the bare earth, the solitary, face-down doll, it all spoke of something unnatural, something ritualistic. But then, another feeling washed over me, a morbid curiosity, a need to understand. What was this doll doing here in the middle of the woods, so far from any trail? Who had placed it there, and why? And what was the source of that whispering sound that had led me to this place? I took a hesitant step into the clearing, my boots crunching softly on the bare earth. The whispering seemed to intensify slightly as I moved closer to the doll. It still wasn't clear, but now I could almost make out individual sounds, like syllables being murmured just beyond the threshold of hearing. I circled the doll slowly, my eyes scanning the surrounding trees. There was nothing else in the clearing, no other objects, no signs of recent activity. Just the doll sitting silently in the center, its hidden face radiating an aura of unsettling stillness. I told myself it was just a doll. An old, creepy doll, but nothing more. Someone had probably just left it there, perhaps as a prank or some kind of strange art project. There was no reason to be scared. But the feeling of unease persisted, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. I knew deep down that there was something more to this. The whispering, the perfect circle of trees, the way the doll was positioned, it all felt deliberate, intentional. I should have left then. I should have turned around and walked back the way I came, back to the safety and familiarity of the marked trails. But I didn't. Something held me there, a strange compulsion, a feeling that I needed to know more. Slowly, cautiously, I reached out my hand towards the doll. My fingers hovered just above its dusty head, and I hesitated. What would I find if I turned it over? What secrets were hidden beneath that porcelain mask? The whispering seemed to grow louder, closer, as if the very air around me was beginning to vibrate with the sound. I could almost make out a word now, a single syllable that seemed to echo in the stillness of the clearing. Sarah. My blood ran cold. That was my name. How could it know my name? My hand recoiled as if I had been burned. I stumbled backward, my eyes wide with terror. The doll hadn't moved, its face still hidden, but the whisper had been unmistakable. It had called my name. Panic seized me. I had to get out of here. Now, I turned to flee, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of something else in the clearing, something I hadn't noticed before. It was partially hidden behind one of the larger trees at the edge of the circle. It looked like a small wooden box. My curiosity, that cursed and persistent trait, flared up again, even in the face of my terror. What was in the box? Could it be connected to the doll, to the whispering? Against all reason, I found myself drawn towards it. I took a few hesitant steps, my eyes darting nervously between the box and the silent, still doll in the center of the clearing. The whispering continued, a constant, sibilant murmur that seemed to be coming from all around me now. I reached the tree and peered behind it. There, nestled at the base of the trunk, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was about the size of my hand, and its surface was covered in strange symbols that I didn't recognize. There was no latch or hinge visible. It looked like it was meant to stay closed. I hesitated again, my mind racing. Should I open it? What if it was dangerous? What if it was the source of the whispering? The urge to know, to understand, was overwhelming. I had come this far, lured into this strange clearing by an inexplicable sound. Now, faced with this mysterious box, I felt like I had to see what was inside. Taking a deep breath, I reached for the box. My fingers brushed against the smooth, cool wood. The whispering seemed to intensify again, and I could almost make out another word, clearer this time. Look. My heart pounded in my chest. It was telling me to look inside. With trembling hands, I picked up the box. It was surprisingly light. I turned it over in my hands, examining the strange symbols. They looked ancient, almost otherworldly. There was no obvious way to open it. I ran my fingers along the edges, searching for a seam or a clasp. Finally, I found a small indentation on one side. It looked like it might be a button or a release. I pressed it tentatively. There was a soft click, and a tiny section of the box slid open, revealing a small, dark opening. I peered inside, my breath catching in my throat. The opening was too small to see much, but I could make out a glint of something metallic. My curiosity reached its peak. I had to see what was inside. Using my fingernail, I carefully widened the opening. And then I saw it. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single golden-winged warbler feather. It was beautiful, iridescent in the dim light. The exact bird I had been searching for all day. A wave of relief washed over me. Maybe this place wasn't so sinister after all. Maybe the doll and the whispering were just a strange coincidence. Maybe someone had simply left this box here with the feather as a tribute to the beauty of nature. But then, as I continued to look at the feather, I noticed something else inside the box. something small and white tucked away beneath the feather. I carefully reached in and pulled it out. It was a tiny folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The paper was old and brittle, and the ink had faded slightly, but I could still make out the words written on it. There were only 2 words. "We're watching." A scream caught in my throat. I dropped the box as if it were a burning coal. The whispering intensified to a deafening roar, and the air around me seemed to grow cold. I looked back at the doll in the center of the clearing. Slowly, deliberately, its porcelain head began to turn. Its dark, painted eyes locked onto mine. And in that moment, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. I should have left when I had the chance. The sight of that doll's head turning, the slow, deliberate movement of its aged porcelain, is an image that will forever be etched into my nightmares. Its eyes, once hidden, were wide and black, devoid of any human warmth or understanding. They seemed to pierce right through me, seeing not just my physical form, but something deeper, something vulnerable within my very soul. It was a gaze that spoke of ancient malice, of a cold, predatory intelligence that had been lying dormant waiting. The whispering, which had been a disconcerting murmur, now surged into a cacophony of sibilant voices, surrounding me like a swarm of invisible insects. I couldn't make out individual words anymore, just a constant, hissing drone that vibrated in my ears and resonated deep within my bones. The air itself felt heavy, thick with an oppressive dread that made it hard to breathe. My legs finally responded to the primal urge to escape. I spun around, intending to bolt back the way I had come, back through the thinning trees and into the relative safety of the denser forest. But as I took my first step, I stumbled. My foot caught on something unseen, and I pitched forward, landing hard on the bare earth of the clearing. Scrambling to my feet, I looked down to see what had tripped me. There was nothing there. The ground was smooth and clear. It was as if an invisible force had reached out and deliberately knocked me down. Fear lent me a surge of adrenaline. I pushed myself up and ran, not looking back, not daring to take my eyes off the path ahead. The trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to blur as I sprinted towards them, the whispering voices still swirling around me, a relentless, mocking chorus. I burst through the tree line and into the deeper woods, the familiar scent of pine and damp earth filling my nostrils. The undergrowth snagged at my clothes, and lo, hanging branches whipped across my face, but I didn't slow down. I ran as if my very life depended on it, which I suspected with a growing certainty. It did. Behind me I could still hear the whispering, though it seemed to be fading slightly as I put more distance between myself and the clearing. But now I started to hear other sounds as well. Subtle sounds, like the snapping of twigs and the rustling of leaves. But they weren't the sounds of normal forest activity. They were too deliberate, too rhythmic, as if something was following me, keeping pace just out of sight. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The trees were dense, the shadows long and deep. I couldn't see anything moving, but the feeling of being watched, of being pursued, was overwhelming. It was as if unseen eyes were tracking my every move, their presence a palpable weight in the air. I tried to orient myself, to remember the direction from which I had come. But in my panic, I had lost all sense of direction. The trees all looked the same, the undergrowth was a confusing tangle, and there were no familiar landmarks to guide me. I was lost. As I continued to run, the whispering started to change again. It was becoming less of a general murmur and more like distinct sounds, almost like footsteps, but not quite. They were softer, more shuffling, like something dragging itself through the leaves. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my lungs burning with the exertion. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of terror. I had to stop to catch my breath, but the thought of stopping, of being still and vulnerable, filled me with an even greater fear. I pressed on, my legs aching, my muscles screaming in protest. The forest seemed to grow darker, even though the sun should still have been relatively high in the sky. The shadows deepened, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous forms. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. Then, I heard a new sound. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping like someone gently knocking on wood. It seemed to be coming from somewhere ahead of me, and it was slowly growing louder. I stopped abruptly, my senses on high alert. The tapping continued, a steady, insistent beat that echoed through the silent woods. It wasn't a natural sound. It was too regular, too deliberate. Cautiously, I started to move forward again, my eyes scanning the trees. The tapping grew louder with each step. And then, I saw it. Leaning against a large oak tree, its back to me, was another doll. This one was different from the antique doll in the clearing. This one looked newer, almost life-sized. It was dressed in a child's overalls and a faded blue shirt. Its hair was a tangled mess of synthetic blonde strands. The tapping sound was coming from its head. Slowly, hesitantly, I moved closer. As I got within a few feet, the doll's head lolled to the side, revealing its face. Its eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead. They were made of a milky white plastic, with no pupils or irises. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing a row of small, plastic teeth. And on its forehead, carved into the plastic, was a single word: lost. A wave of nausea washed over me. This couldn't be real. This had to be some kind of nightmare. But the fear was too visceral, too intense to be a dream. As I stood there, frozen in horror, the tapping stopped. The doll's head slowly turned, its blank, white eyes fixing on me. And then it spoke. Its voice was high-pitched and childlike, but there was a chillingly flat, emotionless quality to it. "Are you lost too?" it asked. I couldn't speak. My throat was constricted with fear. I could only stare at the doll, my mind reeling. The doll tilted its head slightly, its blank eyes still fixed on mine. "We don't like it when people get lost in our woods," it said, its voice still unnervingly calm. "It makes things messy." Suddenly, I heard more sounds around me. The rustling in the leaves intensified, and I could hear the soft, shuffling footsteps getting closer. I turned my head slowly, scanning the surrounding trees. And then I saw them. They were everywhere. Dozens of them. Dolls. Some were old and antique, like the one in the clearing. Others were newer, like the one that had just spoken to me. Some were small, some were life-sized. They were all standing silently amongst the trees, their eyes, whether painted glass or plastic, all fixed on me. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. It was a silent accusation, a silent judgment. The doll in front of me smiled, a slow, unsettling movement of its plastic lips. "You shouldn't have come here, Sarah," it said. "This is our place now." The other dolls started to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. They began to close in on me, their silent forms weaving through the trees. I knew I had to run, but my legs felt like lead. I was surrounded. Just as the first of the dolls reached me, its cold, plastic hand reaching out to touch me, I heard a sound from behind me. It was the whispering again, but this time it was different. It was louder, clearer, and I could finally make out the words they were chanting. A low, rhythmic chant that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath my feet. "Join us, join us." The doll in front of me grabbed my arm, its grip surprisingly strong. Its plastic fingers dug into my skin. I tried to pull away, but more dolls were reaching me now, their cold, lifeless hands grabbing at my clothes, my hair. I screamed a raw, desperate sound that was swallowed by the chanting voices. They were pulling me down towards the ground. I could see their faces, their blank eyes, their unsettling smiles. And then I saw something else. Behind the dolls, amongst the trees, I saw figures moving. They were tall and gaunt, their forms indistinct in the shadows, but I could see their eyes. They glowed with a faint, eerie light, and they were the ones whispering. They were the ones watching, and they were coming for me. The dolls dragged me to my knees. I looked back at the clearing, which was now visible through the trees. In the center, the antique doll sat, its head still turned towards me, its black eyes gleaming in the dim light. It seemed to be waiting. The chanting grew louder, the doll's grip tightened, and the shadowy figures in the trees began to move closer. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. This was it. This was how it ended. Lost and alone in the woods, surrounded by a silent army of dolls and the unseen horrors that controlled them. But then, just as I thought all hope was lost, I heard a different sound. It was the sound of a twig snapping underfoot, and it was coming from behind the dolls. My eyes snapped open. Through the gaps in the doll-filled circle, I saw a figure emerge from the trees. It was a person, a hiker maybe. Hope, fragile but insistent, flickered within me. Maybe I wasn't alone after all. Maybe there was still a chance. The hiker stopped at the edge of the circle of dolls, looking at me with wide, startled eyes. "What in God's name?" they whispered. The dolls turned their heads in unison, their blank eyes now fixed on the newcomer. The chanting faltered, then stopped. The shadowy figures in the trees also turned their attention to the hiker. For a moment, there was silence. A tense, pregnant silence that hung heavy in the air. Then, the doll that had spoken to me turned its head back to me, its plastic smile widening. "Don't worry," it said in its chillingly calm voice. "We have plenty of room for one more." And then the dolls surged forward, their silent ranks parting to make way for the newcomer. My last glimpse of the hiker was their face, frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, before the dolls closed in and the darkness consumed me. The moment the dolls surged forward, their cold, hard bodies pressed against mine, was the moment I truly understood the depth of my terror. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown, but the chilling reality of being physically overwhelmed by something so unnatural, so devoid of life yet possessing a horrifying semblance of it. Their plastic and porcelain limbs were surprisingly strong, their grip like icy manacles. The air around me was thick with the scent of dust and old fabric, a musty, suffocating odor that filled my lungs and made me gag. The chanting intensified, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the ground and up into my very bones. Join us, join us. The words echoed in my mind, no longer just a whisper, but a chorus of voices, ancient and insistent. I tried to fight back, to push the dolls away, but there were too many. They swarmed over me, their silent faces inches from mine, their blank eyes staring into my soul. I could feel their cold fingers tracing the contours of my face, my arms, my legs. It was an intimate violation, a touch that promised not comfort, but a horrifying transformation. Through the gaps in the mass of dolls, I saw the new hiker. Their eyes were wide with a terror that mirrored my own, their face pale and contorted in disbelief. They took a step back, as if trying to escape the nightmarish scene unfolding before them. But the dolls were already upon them, their silent ranks engulfing the newcomer just as they had engulfed me. I heard a muffled cry, quickly silenced by the sheer number of dolls. My own struggles became weaker, my resistance fading as the dolls continued their relentless assault. I felt a strange numbness creeping over me, a detachment from the horror that was unfolding. Perhaps it was my mind's way of trying to cope with the unimaginable, a desperate attempt to shield itself from the sheer terror of it all. I could still see the antique doll in the center of the clearing, its black eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. It was as if it were the conductor of this macabre orchestra, orchestrating my demise with a silent, knowing gaze. The chanting continued, the voices growing louder, more insistent. And then I felt a change within myself, a strange lightness, a sense of emptiness. The fear didn't disappear entirely, but it was becoming muted, distant. It was as if something was being drained from me, something vital, something that made me me. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. I tried to move my fingers, but they wouldn't obey. It was as if I was slowly being petrified, turned into something cold and inanimate. The faces of the dolls surrounding me seemed to blur, their individual features merging into a single, nightmarish visage. Their blank eyes seemed to grow larger, consuming my vision. And then I saw the shadowy figures more clearly. They were indeed tall and gaunt, their limbs long and spindly. Their faces were obscured by shadow, but their eyes glowed with an eerie, internal light, like embers in the darkness. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their silent forms weaving through the trees, their attention now focused on me. They reached the edge of the circle of dolls and stopped, their glowing eyes fixed on my fading form. I felt a cold, invisible presence wash over me, a sensation of being scrutinized, judged. One of the shadowy figures raised a long skeletal hand, and as it did, I felt a sharp, searing pain in my chest, as if something was being ripped away from me. My vision blurred, and the chanting voices seemed to fade in and out. The last thing I saw clearly was the face of the antique doll in the clearing. Its black eyes seemed to gleam with a triumphant satisfaction. And then everything went dark. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes, hours, or an eternity. When I finally became aware again, it was with a strange sense of disorientation. I felt different. Lighter, yet somehow heavier at the same time. I tried to move, but my limbs felt stiff and unresponsive. I could feel the smooth, cold surface beneath me, and the faint scent of dust and old fabric filled my nostrils. Slowly, painstakingly, I managed to open my eyes. The world around me was blurry at first, but as my vision cleared, I realized where I was. I was in the clearing. The circle of trees loomed around me, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers. And in the center, sitting upright on the bare earth, was the antique doll. Except it wasn't just the antique doll anymore. Surrounding it, arranged in a semicircle, were other dolls. Dolls of all shapes and sizes, old and new. And among them was me. I was sitting there dressed in the clothes I had been wearing that day, my body stiff and unyielding. My skin felt cold and smooth, like porcelain. My eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my limbs wouldn't respond. I was trapped, a prisoner within my own lifeless form. I could see the shadowy figures standing silently at the edge of the clearing, their glowing eyes watching. They had taken something from me, something essential, and in its place they had left this empty shell. And then I saw the new hiker. They were sitting next to me, their face frozen in a silent scream, their eyes wide with the same terror I had felt. They, too, had become one of them. The antique doll in the center of the clearing remained still, its black eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The whispering had stopped. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. We sat there, silent and still, a collection of lifeless dolls in a clearing in the woods, waiting. For what? I didn't know. Perhaps for the next unsuspecting hiker to wander off the marked trail, lured by a whisper that wasn't quite a bird call. If you ever find yourself in the forests of Georgia, especially near Cloudland Canyon, and you hear a sound that isn't quite right, a soft, sibilant whisper that seems to call your name, please, for the love of God, don't follow it. Stay on the marked trails. Don't venture into the unknown, because some places in this world are not meant to be found, and some secrets are best left buried. As for me, I'm still here, watching, waiting, and sometimes when the wind blows just right, I can almost feel the whisper on my own porcelain lips. Join us. My name is Jake Miller, and if you told me a week ago I'd be sitting here, huddled in my tent with my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, I would have laughed in your face. I'm not easily spooked. As a geology student at the University of Georgia, I've spent a good chunk of my life tromping through the wilderness, chipping away at rocks, and getting my hands dirty. Solitude is practically my middle name when it comes to fieldwork. I find a certain peace in the quiet hum of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds. It's a stark contrast to the noisy dorm rooms and crowded lecture halls I usually inhabit. This particular trip was supposed to be a relaxing few days of research near Amicalola Falls State Park. The area is geologically fascinating, with a beautiful sequence of metamorphic rocks exposed along the Appalachian Trail. My focus was on the quartzite formations, trying to understand the complex folding and faulting patterns in this section of the Blue Ridge Mountains. I'd meticulously planned my route, packed all the necessary gear, and even let my parents know my itinerary, complete with expected check-in times. I'm usually pretty responsible, especially when I'm out in the backcountry. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, sunny skies, and just a hint of color starting to appear on the leaves. I spent my days hiking along the trails, my trusty rock hammer and magnifying glass my constant companions. I collected samples, took detailed notes, and even managed to snap some decent photos of some particularly interesting folds in the rock layers. In the evenings, I'd set up camp in a secluded spot I'd found a few miles from the main falls, cook a simple meal over my portable stove, and then spend a few hours poring over my maps and field notes by the warm glow of my headlamp. The nights were peaceful, filled with the usual sounds of the forest. Owls hooting in the distance, crickets chirping their incessant songs, and the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. I'd usually be asleep within minutes of crawling into my sleeping bag, exhausted but content after a long day of hiking and exploring. That all changed on the third night. I'd had a particularly productive day discovering a new outcrop of quartzite that showed some unusual mineral inclusions. I was excited about my findings and stayed out later than usual, wanting to document everything while the light was still good. By the time I made it back to my campsite, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in a thick, inky darkness. I quickly set about making dinner, a dehydrated chili that smelled surprisingly good after a long day. As I sat by the small fire I'd built, the silence of the night seemed to press in on me. It wasn't an unsettling silence, not at first. It was the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person in the world, a feeling I usually enjoyed. But then I heard it, a rhythmic tapping sound. It was faint at first, almost like a woodpecker in the distance, but there was something off about it. Woodpeckers usually tap in short bursts, a flurry of rapid strikes. This was different. It was a steady, consistent tap, 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 with a distinct pause between each one. I initially dismissed it as some nocturnal animal, maybe a raccoon trying to get into a hollow log. But as I sat there listening, the tapping continued, unwavering in its rhythm. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded deliberate. A shiver ran down my spine. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on my ears, or perhaps a branch rubbing against a tree trunk in a peculiar way. But the consistency of the sound, the almost mechanical regularity of it, made my skin crawl. I decided to ignore it. Maybe if I just focused on my food, it would go away. I took a bite of my chili, but the tapping persisted, growing slightly louder. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods, beyond the perimeter of my campsite. Curiosity, that ever-present companion of a scientist, began to gnaw at me. What could be making that sound? I told myself it was probably something mundane, something easily explained, but a nagging feeling of unease settled in my stomach. After finishing my dinner, I doused the fire with water, making sure every ember was extinguished. The darkness seemed even more profound now, the trees around my campsite looming like silent, watchful sentinels. The tapping continued, the sound now more distinct, closer. I grabbed my flashlight, a powerful AD model that I always kept charged. I told myself I was just going to take a quick look around, just to satisfy my curiosity and put my mind at ease. I wasn't planning on going far. I unzipped the flap of my tent and stepped out into the night. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The moon was only a sliver, barely casting any light through the dense canopy of trees. The woods were a sea of shadows, the darkness broken only by the beam of my flashlight. I swept the light around my campsite, illuminating the familiar shapes of my tent, my backpack leaning against a tree, my cooking gear neatly stowed away. Everything seemed normal. Then, I pointed the beam towards the woods where the tapping sound seemed to be originating. The light cut through the darkness, revealing a tangle of trees and undergrowth. At first, I didn't see anything, but then a movement caught my eye. Between two large oak trees, maybe 50 feet into the woods, I saw something tall and pale. It was difficult to make out details in the darkness, but it was definitely a figure, much taller than an average person. It seemed to be moving slowly, deliberately, between the trees. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, my hand instinctively tightening around the flashlight. What was it? A deer. No, it was too tall, too upright. A bear. Unlikely. Bears are usually darker in color. The figure didn't seem to notice me. It continued its slow, almost gliding movement through the trees. But the tapping was coming from its direction. It was louder now, closer. Tap, 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 the sound seemed to echo through the silent woods. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the pale figure. It was partially obscured by the trees, but I could see enough to know that it was definitely not an animal I recognized. It was too humanoid in shape, but its movements were unnatural. And then the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I stood there frozen in place, my flashlight beam fixed on the spot where I had last seen the figure. Had it seen me? Was it gone? Suddenly, a twig snapped in the darkness, closer than before. It sounded like it was just beyond the edge of my campsite. I instinctively took a step back, my blood running cold. Whatever that thing was, it was now closer. The tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. But this time, it wasn't coming from the woods. It sounded like it was right outside my tent. My breath hitched in my throat. I slowly turned my flashlight towards my tent, my hand trembling. The beam illuminated the nylon fabric, the familiar shape of my small one-person shelter. And then I saw it. A shadow long and thin fell across the side of my tent. It was cast by something standing just outside, something tall and pale. The tapping came again, louder than ever, right next to my head. Tap, tape, tap, he. It sounded like someone was rhythmically hitting the side of my tent with a stick, or maybe a finger. I didn't move. I couldn't. Fear had gripped me, paralyzing me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. What was this thing? What did it want? The tapping continued, relentless and unnerving. Tape, tap, tap. It was so close. I could almost feel the vibrations through the fabric of the tent. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out of my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. I was trapped alone in the darkness, with something tall and pale tapping on my tent. Then the tapping stopped again. A moment of silence hung in the air, thick with dread. I held my breath, listening intently. I could hear the rustling of leaves just outside my tent, as if something was moving around it. And then a low, guttural sound, like a growl but deeper, more unsettling, rumbled from just outside the tent. It wasn't the sound of any animal I knew. It sounded inhuman. That was it. That was the moment the rational part of my brain completely shut down, replaced by pure unadulterated terror. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever was outside my tent was not natural. It was something else, something wrong. I fumbled for the zipper of my tent, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the small tab. I had to get out of here. I had to run. Finally, I managed to unzip the tent. I didn't bother to be quiet. I scrambled out, my flashlight clattering to the ground. I didn't even look to see what was there. I just ran. I ran blindly through the darkness, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away from that thing. Away from the tapping, away from the guttural growl. I could hear it behind me, moving through the woods, the sound of branches breaking and leaves crunching underfoot. It was faster than I expected, and it was definitely following me. The tapping started again, faint at first, but growing louder as it gained on me. Tap, 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 it was like a macabre metronome, counting down the seconds until it caught me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I had no idea how long I could keep this up. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, a dark and terrifying labyrinth. Then I made my first bad decision. In my panic, I lost the trail. I veered off into the denser part of the woods, hoping to lose whatever was chasing me in the thick undergrowth. It was a stupid move. I knew it the moment I did it. Now I was not only being chased by something unknown and terrifying, but I was also lost in the dark. The tapping continued, closer now, relentless. Tapi-tup-tappa, I could hear its heavy breathing behind me, a ragged, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. I knew it was only a matter of time before it caught me. I was exhausted, terrified, and completely alone. And then I saw it again, a flash of pale white in the darkness ahead. It was moving quickly, silently through the trees, somehow managing to navigate the dense undergrowth without making a sound. It was cutting me off. My heart sank. I was trapped. I stopped running, my legs giving out beneath me. I turned to face whatever was coming for me, my flashlight beam shaking wildly in my hand. The pale figure emerged from the trees, and I finally got a good look at it. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 7 or 8 feet. Its skin was a sickly white color, almost translucent in the dim light. Its limbs were long and spindly, and its fingers were elongated and bony. And then I saw its face, or rather, what should have been its face. It had no discernible features, just 2 dark, empty sockets where its eyes should have been. And where its mouth should have been, there was only a thin, black line, stretched into a grotesque smile. In one of its long, bony hands, it held something long and thin and pale. And then I understood the tapping. It was tapping the ground with a bone, a human bone. The creature took a step closer, its long, spindly legs moving with an unnatural grace. The black line that was its mouth seemed to widen, and I heard a soft, clicking sound like bones rubbing together. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, staring into the empty sockets of this nightmarish creature. It raised the bone in its hand, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that this was the end. But then something unexpected happened. A loud crack echoed through the woods, followed by a high-pitched screech. The pale creature recoiled, its head snapping towards the sound. For a brief moment, its attention was diverted. It was all the time I needed. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as my legs could carry me, away from the creature, away from the tapping, away from the horror of that night. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my lungs were screaming and my legs felt like they were about to give out. Then I collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening for any sign of the creature. But all I could hear was the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic beating of my heart. Eventually, I managed to calm down enough to realize that I had no idea where I was. I was completely lost deep in the woods, with no trail in sight, and the sun wouldn't be up for hours. I was alone in the dark, and I knew with a chilling certainty that the night was far from over. After what felt like an eternity lying on the cold forest floor, I finally managed to pull myself together. My body ached, every muscle screaming in protest, and my breath still came in ragged gasps. But the sheer terror of what I had just seen, the image of that tall, pale creature with its empty eye sockets and bone in hand, was enough to override the pain. I had to keep moving. Staying put meant becoming an easy target. The darkness was still oppressive, the sliver of moon hidden behind the thick canopy of trees. My flashlight, thankfully, was still working, though the beam danced erratically in my trembling hand. I scanned my surroundings, trying to get my bearings, but all I saw were trees, undergrowth, and more trees. I had no idea which direction I had run in or how far. The only thing I knew for sure was that I was lost. My first bad decision, veering off the trail in a blind panic, was now haunting me. I should have stuck to the marked path, even if it meant risking another encounter with the creature. At least then, I would have had a chance of finding my way back to my campsite or eventually reaching the park headquarters. Now, I was completely disoriented. I decided to try and head uphill. It was a long shot, but I figured that higher ground might offer a better vantage point, and perhaps I could even pick up a familiar landmark if the first light of dawn ever came. The thought of sunrise was the only thing keeping me going, a tiny beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. The terrain was rough and uneven, littered with fallen logs and loose rocks. I stumbled frequently, my ankles twisting precariously. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. My senses were on high alert, straining to hear any sound that might indicate the creature was still nearby. The tapping had stopped, thankfully, but the silence that had replaced it was almost more unnerving. It felt like a predator holding its breath, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As I continued to climb, the forest grew denser. The trees seemed to crowd in on me, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The air grew colder, and a damp mist began to cling to everything. I pulled my lightweight jacket tighter around me, but it offered little comfort against the growing chill and the gnawing fear that was eating away at me. Hours seemed to crawl by. I had no watch, but judging by the position of the faint stars I could occasionally glimpse through the breaks in the canopy, I knew it had been a long time since I had fled my campsite. Fatigue was starting to set in, my legs feeling heavy and unresponsive. My throat was dry, and I realized with a jolt that I hadn't brought any water with me when I ran. Another bad decision, fueled by panic. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against the rough bark of a large oak tree. I closed my eyes for a moment, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. I desperately wanted to just lie down and sleep, but I knew that was a death wish. I had to keep moving. As I stood there trying to gather my strength, I heard it again. A faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from somewhere in the distance below me. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be. I had run so far. Could it have followed me all this way? I held my breath, straining to hear. The tapping came again, a little louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. There was no mistaking it. It was the same sound I had heard at my campsite. Panic surged through me. It was still out there. It was still looking for me. I pushed myself away from the tree and started moving again, my pace quickening. I had to get away from that sound. I had to find somewhere to hide. I stumbled upon a small, shallow cave nestled amongst some rocks. It wasn't much, barely big enough for me to squeeze into, but it offered some semblance of shelter. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if it was a good idea to confine myself in such a small space. What if the creature found me and I had nowhere to escape? But the thought of being out in the open, exposed and vulnerable, was even more terrifying. I decided to take the risk. I squeezed through the narrow opening and into the small cave. It was damp and smelled of earth and decaying leaves. The darkness inside was even more complete than outside, but it felt marginally safer. I huddled in the back of the cave, my flashlight pointed towards the entrance, listening intently. The tapping seemed to be getting closer. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow and deliberate, like something patiently tracking its prey. My heart pounded in my chest. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back. I was trapped. The tapping stopped just outside the cave. I held my breath, my muscles tense. I could hear something moving around just beyond the entrance, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. It sounded heavy, deliberate. Then a long, pale finger, impossibly thin and bony, snaked its way through the narrow opening of the cave. I recoiled in horror, scrambling back as far as I could. The finger wiggled and twitched, as if searching for me in the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, my hands clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I could feel the cold, clammy touch of the finger as it brushed against my leg. I flinched violently, kicking out blindly. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a sharp intake of breath, followed by a guttural growl. The finger was withdrawn, and the heavy footsteps moved away from the cave entrance. I waited, my body trembling, until the sounds faded into the distance. Then, I slowly opened my eyes. The coast seemed clear, but I knew it wouldn't last. It knew I was here. It would be back. I needed a plan. I couldn't just stay huddled in this cave and wait to be found. I had to try and find my way back to civilization. I knew that Amicalola Falls State Park had several trails, all marked with blazes on the trees. If I could just find one of those trails, I might have a chance. But how could I find a trail in the dark, with no sense of direction? Then I remembered something. Before I had veered off the trail, I had passed a small stream. If I could find that stream again, I could follow it downhill. Streams often run parallel to trails, and it might eventually lead me back to the main path. It was a long shot, but it was the only plan I had. Taking a deep breath, I crawled out of the cave and back into the darkness. The tapping was still faint in the distance, but it was enough to keep me moving. I started to make my way downhill, trying to remember the general direction I had been heading when I saw the stream. The terrain was treacherous, and I fell several times, scraping my hands and knees. But I kept going, driven by the desperate hope of finding my way back. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the darkness, I finally heard the faint sound of running water. My heart leaped with hope. I followed the sound, pushing through the undergrowth, until I reached a small, rocky stream. I knelt down and drank deeply, the cold water tasting like the sweetest nectar. Then, I followed the stream downhill, keeping a close eye on the trees for any sign of a trail blaze. The first hint of dawn was beginning to paint the eastern sky a pale gray when I finally saw it. A small, rectangular white blaze painted on the trunk of a tree. Tears welled up in my eyes. I had found a trail. I stumbled onto the path and followed it, my legs heavy with exhaustion but my spirits lifted by the sight of the familiar trail markers. The woods still felt menacing, the memory of the pale creature still vivid in my mind, but now I had a chance. As the sky grew lighter, the forest began to lose some of its terror. The familiar sounds of birds chirping and squirrels chattering seemed almost welcoming. I continued to follow the trail, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the place where I had seen the creature. I didn't stop until I reached a familiar junction, a signpost indicating the direction to the park visitor center. Relief washed over me in a massive wave. I had made it. I was safe. But as I started to walk towards the visitor center, a thought struck me, chilling me to the bone. The creature hadn't seemed to be actively hunting me. It had just been tapping. Rhythmically, consistently tapping. What was it doing? What did it want? And then I remembered something else. Something I had almost forgotten in the terror of the night. Before I had seen the pale figure, when I first heard the tapping, I had also seen something else moving between the trees. Something else tall and pale. It hadn't seemed to notice me. But the tapping had continued, growing louder and closer. What if there was more than one? What if the one I had seen wasn't the one that had been tapping on my tent? What if the tapping was some kind of signal? A signal to what? I quickened my pace, a new wave of fear washing over me. I had to get out of these woods. I had to get back to civilization. I reached the visitor center, my clothes torn, my body aching, my mind still reeling from the horrors of the night. The park rangers were concerned by my disheveled appearance and listened intently as I recounted my story. They were skeptical, of course. They suggested it might have been a bear, or maybe even just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. And as I sat there, in the safety of the visitor center, sipping a cup of hot coffee, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made another bad decision. The decision to go camping alone in those woods. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never make that mistake again. The park rangers, while outwardly professional, clearly didn't believe my story. I could see it in their eyes, the polite nods, the carefully chosen words, the subtle glances they exchanged when I wasn't looking. They attributed my experience to stress, fatigue, and perhaps a vivid imagination fueled by the isolation of the wilderness. They suggested I get some rest, offered me a ride to the nearest town, and strongly advised against returning to my campsite alone. I didn't argue with them. What was the point? How could I possibly convey the sheer terror I had felt, the unnatural appearance of that creature, the chilling rhythm of the tapping? Some things you just had to experience to believe. I took them up on their offer of a ride and spent the next few days in a cheap motel, trying to process what had happened. Sleep was elusive, haunted by fleeting images of pale skin and empty eye sockets. Every rhythmic sound, even the ticking of the motel room clock, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I called my parents, telling them I'd cut my trip short due to a minor illness. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. They would have worried themselves sick, and frankly, I wasn't even sure I fully believed it myself anymore. Maybe it had been a hallucination, a nightmare brought on by exhaustion and stress. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The fear I had felt was too real, too visceral. The image of that creature was burned into my memory, and the tapping echoed in my mind, a constant unsettling rhythm. After a few days of restless recovery, I started to feel a semblance of normalcy returning. The logical part of my brain began to reassert itself. I was a geology student, a scientist. I dealt with facts and evidence. What I had experienced defied any rational explanation. And that's when my curiosity, that persistent companion, began to resurface. Despite the terror, despite the sleepless nights, a part of me wanted to understand what I had encountered. What were those things? What was the meaning of the tapping? I knew it was a terrible idea. I knew I should just put the whole thing behind me and move on. But the questions gnawed at me, refusing to be ignored. And that's when I made my final bad decision. Against the advice of the park rangers, against my own better judgment, I decided to go back. I told myself it was for my research, that maybe there was some geological explanation for the pale appearance of the creature, or for the rhythmic tapping sound. I knew I was lying to myself. I just had to know. I waited a week, letting the initial fear subside slightly. Then, armed with more powerful flashlights, a GPS tracker, and a healthy dose of trepidation, I drove back to Amicalola Falls. This time, I didn't venture deep into the woods. I stayed on the main trails, hiking during the day and sleeping in designated campsites closer to other people. But every night, as darkness fell, I found myself listening for that familiar tapping sound. For the first few nights, I heard nothing. I started to think maybe I had imagined the whole thing, that the rangers were right. Maybe it had just been a bad dream. Then, on the fourth night, I heard it again. Faint in the distance, but unmistakable. Tap, 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 my heart pounded in my chest. It was still here. I grabbed my most powerful flashlight and cautiously stepped out of my tent. The campsite was quiet, the other campers seemingly asleep. I swept the beam of my light around the perimeter, but saw nothing. The tapping continued, the sound seemingly coming from the same area where I had first encountered the creature. I knew I shouldn't do it. I knew it was foolish. But the urge to know, to understand, was too strong to resist. I started to walk towards the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The tapping grew louder as I moved deeper into the woods. Away from the safety of the campsite, I followed the sound for what felt like a long time, my senses on high alert. The woods were eerily silent except for the rhythmic tapping. Finally, I reached the edge of a small clearing, and there it was. Standing in the center of the clearing, bathed in the beam of my flashlight, was the tall, pale creature. It was even more grotesque in the clear light than I remembered. Its skin was almost luminous, its empty eye sockets seeming to absorb the light, and it was tapping. It held a long, white bone in its hand and was rhythmically striking it against a large, flat rock. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed through the silent clearing. But this time, I noticed something different. There was another figure in the clearing. It was also tall and pale, but it was smaller than the first one. And it was lying on the ground, motionless. As I watched, the first creature stopped tapping and lowered its head towards the figure on the ground. It made that same low, guttural growling sound I had heard outside my tent. Then another sound reached my ears. Faint at first, but growing steadily louder. It was coming from the woods behind me. Tapping, multiple taps. Tap, 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 tap. I slowly turned around, my flashlight beam shaking. And that's when I saw them, dozens of them. Tall, pale figures emerging from the trees, their long, bony hands holding bones, all tapping in unison. Tap, 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 tap. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of rhythmic bone strikes that filled the night air. They moved slowly, deliberately, towards the clearing. They didn't seem to notice me. Their attention focused on the creature in the center and the figure on the ground. I finally understood. The tapping wasn't a random sound. It was a form of communication, a signal. And the creature on the ground wasn't dead, it was injured. The tapping was a call to the others. They were gathering, a wave of pure terror washed over me. I was surrounded by these things, and they were communicating in a way I couldn't understand. I knew I had to get out of there, now. I turned and ran faster than I had ever run before. The tapping followed me, a constant, unnerving reminder of what was behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I jumped in, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away, the sound of the tapping fading in the distance. I never went back to Amicalola Falls. I never told anyone what I saw that night. Who would believe me? But sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I still hear it. A faint rhythmic tapping. And I know they're still out there, waiting, communicating. And I can't help but wonder what they were gathering for, and if they ever found what they were looking for. My name is Jake Miller, and that was my true scary camping story, and my final bad decision. My name is Emily Carter, and ever since I was a little kid growing up in Georgia, I've been drawn to the outdoors. There's just something about the smell of pine needles underfoot, the crackle of a campfire, and the vast, star-dusted sky that makes me feel truly alive. Over the years, I've dragged my fair share of friends on countless camping and hiking trips, some more enthusiastic than others. This particular trip, however, felt different from the start, even before the weirdness began. The idea had come about during one of our usual Friday night gatherings at Sarah's place. Sarah, my best friend since middle school, is the adventurous type, always up for trying new things, even if those things involve sleeping in a tent and battling mosquitoes. Then there's Mark, Sarah's boyfriend, who's generally easygoing and happy to tag along as long as there's good food involved. And finally, rounding out our little crew was Olivia, my coworker and the resident skeptic of the group. Olivia likes her creature comforts, and the idea of leaving behind running water in a proper bed usually requires a significant amount of convincing. But this time, the destination had piqued everyone's interest, Lake Lanier. Now, Lake Lanier is beautiful, undeniably so. Its sprawling blue waters stretch across several counties, dotted with islands and surrounded by lush forests. It's a popular spot for boating, fishing, and all sorts of recreational activities. But beneath the surface, literally and figuratively, lies a darker history, a collection of unsettling stories that have circulated for decades. We'd all heard them, of course. The whispers about the town of Oscarville, a thriving community that was deliberately flooded in the 1950s to create the lake. They said that the buildings, the roads, even the cemeteries, were still down there, submerged and forgotten. Some of the locals even claimed that on a clear day, you could sometimes see the steeple of the old church peeking out from the depths. Most of us, myself included, had always dismissed these tales as local folklore, spooky stories to tell around a campfire. But there was a certain allure to the idea, a sense of mystery that clung to the lake like the morning mist. Imagine, Sarah had said that Friday night, her eyes gleaming with excitement, camping right next to a place like that. It'd be so cool to think about what's down there. Olivia, predictably, had been the most hesitant. Cool. Sarah, it sounds kind of creepy. What if there are, ghosts? Mark had chuckled. Ghosts. Liv, you watch too many horror movies. It's just a lake. I'd been somewhere in the middle, intrigued but also a little apprehensive. There was something about the sheer scale of the lake, the idea of an entire town lying silent beneath its surface, that sent a shiver down my spine. Still, the adventurous side of me won out. Come on, Liv, it said. It'll be fun. We can hike during the day, roast marshmallows at night, and maybe even try some stargazing. And who knows, I'd added with a playful wink, maybe we'll even catch a glimpse of a ghostly church steeple. After a bit more persuasion and the promise of plenty of bug spray and comfortable sleeping pads, Olivia finally agreed. And so, the plan was set. We would leave early Saturday morning and spend 2 nights camping at a secluded spot on the western shore of Lake Lanier, a place I'd found during some online research that promised both beautiful scenery and relative isolation. The drive up on Saturday morning was uneventful. The weather was perfect, sunny and warm with a gentle breeze. We packed the car with our tents, sleeping bags, cooking gear, and enough snacks to last us a week. The conversation was light and filled with anticipation. We joked about the lake monsters and the ghostly residents of Oscarville, our laughter echoing through the car. When we finally arrived at our chosen campsite, I was immediately struck by its beauty. Towering pine trees provided ample shade, and a short path led down to the lake's edge, where the water shimmered invitingly in the sunlight. We quickly set about the task of setting up camp, our years of collective camping experience making the process smooth and efficient. Sarah and I tackled the tents, while Mark, ever the practical one, started gathering firewood. Olivia, after initially complaining about the lack of cell service, found a comfortable spot in a folding chair and began reading a book. The air was filled with the sounds of our activity, the rustling of leaves, and the distant chirping of birds. Once the tents were up and the campsite was organized, we decided to take a short hike along one of the nearby trails. The woods were peaceful and quiet. The only sounds are footsteps on the dirt path and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. We talked and laughed, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by nature. As the afternoon wore on, we returned to our campsite, tired but content. Mark got a crackling fire going, and we sat around it, sharing stories and jokes as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange, pink, and purple. Olivia, surprisingly, seemed to be enjoying herself. Even she had to admit that the view of the sunset over the lake was breathtaking. As darkness fell, the stars began to appear one by one until the sky was a vast canvas of twinkling lights. We cooked dinner over the campfire foil, packet meals filled with vegetables and sausage, and ate with gusto, the fresh air having worked up our appetites. Afterwards, we roasted marshmallows, the sweet, gooey treats melting in our mouths. As the night deepened, the atmosphere around the lake began to change. The sounds of the forest seemed to amplify, and the darkness felt thicker, more encompassing. The gentle lapping of the water against the shore took on a more rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. We continued to sit around the campfire, our conversation gradually fading into comfortable silence as we watched the flames dance and flicker. The stories of Oscarville, which had seemed like a light-hearted joke earlier in the day, now lingered in the back of my mind, a subtle undercurrent of unease. It was then, as we were all quietly contemplating the night sky, that we heard it. A faint sound, almost imperceptible at first, carried across the still water. It was a ringing sound, muffled and distant, but undeniably there. It sounded like church bells. My head snapped up, and I exchanged a look with Sarah. She had heard it too. Mark, who had been staring into the fire, looked up, a questioning expression on his face. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked, his voice low. Olivia, who had been half dozing in her chair, stirred. "Hear what?" "It sounded like bells," Sarah said, her brow furrowed, "like church bells." We all listened intently, straining our ears. For a moment, there was only the sound of the crackling fire and the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Then, it came again, fainter this time, but still recognizable. A slow, resonant ringing that seemed to emanate from the depths of the lake. Olivia scoffed. "Church bells. There's no church out here." "That's what I thought." Mark said, his eyes scanning the dark expanse of the lake. "Maybe it's coming from the other side?" But there was something about the sound, its muffled quality, the way it seemed to echo across the water, that felt wrong. It didn't sound like bells from a distant town. It sounded like they were coming from right beneath us. Then Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. She was staring out at the lake, her finger pointing towards the dark, still surface. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "See what?" I asked, my heart starting to pound in my chest. "Lights," she said, moving beneath the surface. I followed her gaze, my eyes straining to penetrate the darkness. At first, I didn't see anything. But then, as I continued to watch, I saw it. Faint, ethereal lights, glowing softly beneath the inky black water. They seemed to be moving slowly, erratically, like lanterns carried through the darkness. A cold wave of fear washed over me. This wasn't just a lake, and the stories we had dismissed as folklore suddenly felt very, very real. A stunned silence fell over our little group. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore, a sound that now seemed less soothing and more like a subtle warning. We all stared out at the water, our eyes fixed on the faint, otherworldly lights that danced beneath the surface. What is that?" Olivia stammered, her usual skepticism replaced by a palpable fear. Her voice was barely a whisper. Mark, who usually had a logical explanation for everything, was silent, his brow furrowed in confusion and concern. He kept shaking his head slightly, as if trying to dislodge the image from his mind. Sarah, her hand gripping my arm tightly, was the first to speak again. They're like lights from houses," she said, her voice still trembling. Or lanterns." The way she said it, with that slight hesitation before lanterns, sent another shiver down my spine. Houses, down there. It was impossible, yet we were all seeing the same thing. Soft, glowing orbs moving slowly and deliberately beneath the dark water. Maybe it's some kind of bioluminescence, Olivia offered, her voice regaining a sliver of its usual rational tone. Some kind of weird algae or something. Mark considered this, but his expression remained unconvinced. I don't know, Liv. I've seen bioluminescence before, and it doesn't look like that. Those lights, they have structure. They're distinct. I had to agree with Mark. The lights weren't just random flickers. They seemed to have a purpose, a direction. It was as if someone was walking around down there, carrying lanterns in the darkness of a submerged town. The ringing of the bells came again, fainter than before, but still undeniably present. This time it was accompanied by another sound, a low, mournful hum that seemed to vibrate through the air. It was a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, a sound that spoke of sorrow and loss. Did you hear that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Everyone nodded, their faces pale in the firelight. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The earlier excitement and camaraderie had been replaced by a heavy sense of dread. The stories of Oscarville, once dismissed as mere folklore, now felt terrifyingly real. We sat there for what felt like an eternity, watching the lights move beneath the surface, listening to the faint ringing and the mournful hum. No one dared to speak, afraid of breaking the eerie silence, or perhaps of what might answer. Finally, Mark broke the silence, his voice low and serious. Okay, this is getting weird. Maybe we should just go inside the tents for the night. It seemed like a reasonable suggestion, a retreat to the perceived safety of our nylon shelters. We all readily agreed, extinguishing the campfire and quickly retreating to our respective tents. Sarah and I shared one tent, while Mark and Olivia were in the other. We lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the night, which now seemed amplified and more menacing. The gentle lapping of the water sounded like hushed whispers, and the rustling of leaves in the wind seemed like approaching footsteps. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of a branch, every rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept thinking about the lights beneath the lake, the muffled bells, the mournful hum. What was going on down there? Suddenly, Sarah gasped beside me. Emily, did you hear that? Hear what? I whispered back, my heart pounding in my chest. It sounded like singing, she said, her voice filled with fear. Faint but singing. I strained my ears, listening intently. At first, I didn't hear anything, but then I heard it. A faint, ethereal melody carried on the night air. It sounded like a choir singing a slow, somber hymn. The words were indistinguishable, but the tone was undeniably mournful, filled with a deep sense of sadness. The singing grew slightly louder, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. It was the most unsettling sound I had ever heard, a ghostly chorus rising from the depths of the lake. We lay there, paralyzed with fear, listening to the spectral singing. It seemed to go on for hours, the mournful melody weaving its way into our nightmares. When it finally faded away, the silence that followed was even more terrifying. Just as I thought I might finally drift off to sleep, I heard another sound, this time closer. It sounded like something dragging itself along the ground outside our tent. A slow, scraping sound that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I nudged Sarah, who was still wide awake beside me. Did you hear that? I whispered. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We held our breath, listening as the scraping sound moved closer to our tent. It stopped just outside the thin nylon wall, and we could hear heavy breathing, close enough to make us feel like we were in the same space. We lay there, frozen with terror, not daring to move or make a sound. The breathing continued for what felt like an eternity, hot and ragged against the fabric of the tent. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. We didn't sleep a wink that night. Every sound, every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. The sun couldn't rise fast enough. As soon as the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, we scrambled out of our tents, our bodies stiff and our nerves frayed. Mark and Olivia looked just as shaken as we did. Did you guys hear all that stuff last night? Mark asked, his voice hoarse. Olivia nodded, her eyes wide and bloodshot. The singing and that breathing outside the tent. What was that? We didn't have any answers. All we knew was that we had experienced something truly terrifying. The lake, which had seemed so beautiful and inviting just the day before, now felt menacing and haunted. We quickly packed up our campsite, our movements hurried and frantic. We didn't speak much, each of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to process the events of the night. The earlier excitement for our camping trip was completely gone, replaced by an overwhelming desire to get away from this place. As we were loading the last of our gear into the car, Sarah suddenly pointed towards the lake. Look, we all turned to see what she was pointing at. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the water. And there, just beneath the surface, in the shallow area near the shore, we saw something that made our blood run cold. It was a stone. Not just any stone, but a carved headstone, partially buried in the muddy bottom of the lake. We could clearly see the weathered inscription, "Beloved wife and mother, rest in peace." The sight of it sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It was undeniable proof of what lay beneath the surface of Lake Lanier. It wasn't just folklore. There really was a town down there. A town with its own history, its own secrets, and apparently its own restless spirits. We didn't say a word. We simply stared at the headstone for a moment, the reality of our situation sinking in. Then, without another glance at the lake, we piled into the car and drove away as fast as we could, leaving behind the beauty and the horror of Lake Lanier. But the memories of that night, the faint ringing of the bells, the mournful singing, the feeling of being watched in the darkness, and the sight of that submerged headstone are something that will stay with me forever. And every time I hear the name Lake Lanier, a cold shiver runs down my spine, a reminder of the true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories that are sometimes more real than we could ever imagine. The drive back felt like a blur. None of us spoke much, the shared terror of the past night hanging heavy in the air. Every now and then one of us would glance at the rearview mirror, as if expecting to see something following us, something rising from the depths of Lake Lanier. Once we were back in the relative safety of Sarah's apartment, the adrenaline began to wear off, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion, and a lingering sense of unease. We sat in the living room, the morning sunlight streaming through the windows, feeling strangely alien after the oppressive darkness of the woods. So, Mark began, his voice hesitant. What the hell was all that? Olivia, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know. But I am never ever camping again. Not near a lake. Not near anything that might have a submerged town underneath it. Sarah and I nodded in agreement. The experience had shaken us to our core. The stories we had once dismissed as harmless folklore had turned into a terrifying reality. Over the next few days, we tried to make sense of what we had experienced. We scoured the internet for information about the legends of Oscarville and any reported paranormal activity at Lake Lanier. We found plenty of articles and forum discussions filled with similar stories of strange sounds, lights beneath the surface, and an overwhelming feeling of dread. Many locals spoke of the laddie of the lake, a ghostly figure said to haunt the waters, a victim of a car accident that occurred when the lake was first filled. Others recounted tales of boaters hearing muffled voices and seeing ghostly figures near the islands. But the stories that resonated most with our experience were those that mentioned the faint ringing of church bells and the eerie lights that seemed to move beneath the surface. Some theories suggested that the sounds were caused by the decaying structures of the submerged town shifting and settling. Others whispered about restless spirits, the souls of those who had been displaced when their homes were flooded, forever trapped beneath the murky depths. The headstone we had seen near the shore added a chilling weight to these stories. It was tangible proof that the town wasn't just a legend. It was a real place, with real people who had lived and died there. As the days passed, the initial shock began to fade, replaced by a more persistent sense of unease. We found ourselves constantly looking over our shoulders, jumping at sudden noises. The memory of the mournful singing and the feeling of that unseen presence breathing outside our tent continued to haunt our thoughts. A few weeks later, I was at work, idly scrolling through a local history website during my lunch break. I stumbled upon an article about the history of Oscarville, detailing the forced displacement of its residents and the controversial creation of Lake Lanier. The article mentioned that several cemeteries had to be relocated before the flooding, but there were rumors that some graves were missed, their occupants left to rest beneath the waters. Then, I saw something that made my blood run cold. An old photograph taken before the flooding of the Oscarville town church. The caption mentioned that the church had a distinctive set of bells, known for their particularly resonant and mournful tone. The image of the church, with its bell tower reaching towards the sky, sent a shiver down my spine. Could those be the bells we had heard? The muffled, distant ringing that seemed to come from the depths of the lake. That evening, I shared my discovery with Sarah, Mark, and Olivia. They were just as unnerved by the photograph as I was. It seemed to confirm our suspicions, to give a possible explanation for at least one of the strange occurrences we had experienced. But what about the lights? What about the singing? And what about that terrifying presence outside our tent? Those questions remained unanswered, lingering in our minds like a persistent shadow. A few months later, I was talking to an older colleague at work, a woman who had lived in the area her whole life. I cautiously brought up our camping trip and the strange things we had experienced. To my surprise, she didn't dismiss our story. "Oh, Lake Lanier," she said, a knowing look in her eyes. "There are things about that lake that people don't understand. It's not just the town that's down there, you know. There are stories, older stories." She leaned in conspiratorially. "They say that before Oscarville, there were other settlements, even Native American villages, in those valleys. And when they flooded the land, they disturbed more than just graves. They disturbed something ancient." She went on to tell me local legends of strange creatures and unexplained phenomena that had been reported in the area long before Lake Lanier was even a concept. Stories of shadowy figures in the woods, strange lights in the sky, and a feeling of being watched by something unseen. Her words sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. Could it be that what we had experienced wasn't just related to the submerged town of Oscarville? Could there be something else at play, something older, something darker? We never went back to Lake Lanier. The beauty of the place was forever tainted by the terror we had experienced. We still talk about that trip sometimes, the memories both vivid and unsettling. We try to rationalize what happened, to find logical explanations for the unexplainable. But deep down, we all know that we encountered something that night, something that defied easy explanation. Sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear it. A faint, muffled ringing carried on the wind. And in my mind's eye, I see those ethereal lights moving slowly beneath the dark, still water. I've learned that some stories, the old ones, the ones passed down through generations, aren't just folklore. Sometimes they're warnings. And sometimes the bad decisions we make, like camping near a lake with a buried town beneath its surface, lead us to experiences that are far more terrifying than anything we could ever imagine. The true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories aren't always about bears or getting lost in the woods. Sometimes they're about the things that lie hidden beneath the surface, the things that whisper in the night, and the ancient secrets that should have remained undisturbed. And Lake Lanier, with its beautiful facade and its dark, watery depths, holds more secrets than I ever want to know. My name is David, and if there's one thing that truly makes me feel alive, it's capturing the beauty of the natural world through my camera lens. I've been an avid photographer for as long as I can remember, starting with a cheap point and shoot my parents gave me for my 10th birthday. Over the years, my equipment has become more sophisticated, my eye for detail sharper, but the core thrill remains the same, finding that perfect composition, that fleeting moment of light and shadow that tells a story all its own. Living in Georgia, I'm fortunate to have access to some incredibly scenic locations. The Appalachian Trail runs through the state, offering countless opportunities for breathtaking landscapes. But recently I've become particularly drawn to the rugged beauty of Tallulah Gorge. Known as the Grand Canyon of the East, it's a dramatic chasm carved by the Tallulah River, with sheer rock walls plunging hundreds of feet down to the churning water below. I'd seen countless photographs of the gorge, each one showcasing its raw power and untamed majesty, and I knew I had to experience it for myself, to try and capture its essence through my own lens. The weather forecast for the weekend was perfect, clear skies and mild temperatures, so I packed my gear, double-checked my hiking boots, and set off early Saturday morning. The drive to Tallulah Gorge State Park was pleasant, winding through rolling hills and past quaint little towns. As I got closer, the anticipation built. I could almost feel the presence of the gorge, a silent giant waiting to be discovered. I arrived at the park around mid-morning and spent some time at the visitor center, studying the trail maps and talking to a ranger about the best vantage points for photography. He recommended a few trails that offered stunning views, particularly one that led to a series of overlooks on the south rim. That sounded promising, so I laced up my boots, hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders, and headed for the trailhead. The initial part of the hike was relatively easy. following a well-maintained path through a lush forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shade. The air was fresh and clean, filled with the sounds of birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I stopped a few times to take some photos of the wildflowers blooming along the trail, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the deep greens of the surrounding foliage. As I ventured further, the trail began to descend, becoming steeper and more challenging. The sounds of the forest gradually faded, replaced by the distant roar of the Tallulah River echoing up from the depths of the gorge. I knew I was getting closer. The anticipation grew with each step, a sense of excitement mixed with a touch of nervous energy. After a couple of hours of hiking, I finally reached the area I was aiming for, a more secluded section of the south rim that the ranger had mentioned. It was a bit off the main trail, requiring a short scramble over some rocky terrain, but the effort was immediately rewarded. The view that opened up before me was simply breathtaking. The gorge stretched out as far as the eye could see, a massive gash in the earth revealing layers of ancient rock in hues of gray, brown, and red. The Tallulah River snaked its way through the bottom, a ribbon of white water churning over boulders and cascading down small waterfalls. The sheer scale of it was awe-inspiring, a testament to the immense power of nature. I knew instantly that this was the spot. This was where I would capture the perfect shot. I carefully made my way to the edge of the cliff, taking my time to ensure my footing on the uneven ground. I found a relatively flat rock that offered an unobstructed view of the canyon, and I began to unpack my gear. My tripod was sturdy and reliable, a crucial piece of equipment for capturing sharp, detailed images, especially in the low light of the late afternoon. As I extended the legs of the tripod and adjusted the camera settings, I noticed something peculiar. Just a few feet away, on the face of a large, flat rock, were a series of carvings. At first glance, I thought they might be some kind of modern graffiti, the work of bored hikers looking to leave their mark. But as I looked closer, I realized these symbols were different. They weren't the typical crude drawings or initials I was used to seeing. These were intricate, almost geometric patterns etched deep into the rock. They looked old, incredibly old. The lines were worn and weathered, as if they had been exposed to the elements for centuries. I couldn't decipher any meaning in them. They didn't resemble any language or symbols I recognized. There were circles with lines radiating outwards, spirals that seemed to twist inwards endlessly, and strange, angular shapes that defied easy description. A shiver ran down my spine. There was something unsettling about these carvings, an aura of mystery and antiquity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I pulled out my phone, intending to take a picture of them, but for some reason, my signal was non-existent. Not a single bar. I shrugged it off, figuring I was just in a remote area with poor reception. I made a mental note to try again later. I turned my attention back to my photography, focusing on framing the perfect shot of the gorge as the afternoon sun began its slow descent towards the horizon. The light was starting to soften, casting long shadows across the canyon walls and painting the landscape in warm, golden hues. This was the magic hour, the time when the most stunning photographs are often captured. I spent the next hour or so completely absorbed in my work, adjusting my composition, experimenting with different lenses, and patiently waiting for the light to be just right. The air grew cooler as the sun dipped lower, and the shadows deepened, adding a sense of drama to the already impressive scenery. As the last sliver of sun disappeared below the horizon, a profound silence fell over the gorge. The vibrant colors of the sunset gradually faded, replaced by the soft, muted tones of twilight. It was a beautiful and peaceful moment, but as the darkness began to creep in, a subtle shift occurred in my perception. I started to feel uneasy. It was a cold dread that washed over me, a primal instinct that whispered of unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. It was as if the ancient symbols I had seen earlier had somehow awakened something, stirring a sense of unease that I couldn't quite shake. I glanced around, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just the vast expanse of the gorge, the darkening sky, and the silent, watchful rocks. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. It was the distinct sensation of being watched, of unseen eyes peering at me from the darkness. I told myself it was just my imagination, the result of being alone in such a remote and dramatic location as night fell. But the feeling was too real, too visceral to ignore. It felt ancient, malevolent, as if something old and powerful was aware of my presence, and it didn't like it. A sudden gust of wind swept through the gorge, carrying with it a low, mournful sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the canyon. It sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. I knew I had to pack up and start heading back to the main trail before it got completely dark. I quickly disassembled my tripod, stowed my camera gear back in my backpack, and grabbed my headlamp. The darkness was now almost complete, the only remaining light coming from the faint glow of the twilight sky. I switched on my headlamp, its beam cutting a small circle of light in the surrounding gloom. As I turned to leave, I glanced back at the rock face where the strange symbols were carved. In the beam of my headlamp, they seemed to glow with an eerie luminescence, their intricate patterns somehow more pronounced in the darkness. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I had the distinct impression that those ancient carvings were not just inert markings on the stone. They felt like a warning, a silent testament to something old and forgotten that still lingered in this place. I didn't wait any longer. I turned and started to make my way back along the path I had come, my heart pounding in my chest. The darkness seemed to press in on all sides, and every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. The sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects now seemed amplified, taking on a sinister quality. I tried to tell myself that I was just being paranoid, that there was nothing out here but the natural world. But the cold dread that had settled over me refused to dissipate. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something I shouldn't have, that I had somehow disturbed something ancient and malevolent that was now aware of me. And as I hurried through the darkness, the low, mournful sound carried on the wind seemed to follow me, a chilling reminder that I was no longer alone in the vast and silent wilderness of Tallulah Gorge. My pace quickened, turning into a near jog as I navigated the increasingly uneven terrain with the beam of my headlamp. The familiar path I had followed earlier in the day now seemed alien and menacing in the darkness. Every twisted root, every oddly shaped shadow seemed to take on a sinister form in my panicked mind. The rustling in the undergrowth sounded like footsteps, and the hoot of an owl echoed through the trees like a mocking laugh. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see something, a pair of glowing eyes, a shadowy figure, but there was only the inky blackness behind me, swallowing the feeble light of my headlamp. Yet, the feeling of being followed persisted, a cold prickle on the back of my neck that told me I wasn't alone. The low, mournful sound I had heard earlier returned, this time closer and more distinct. It wasn't the sound of the wind anymore. It was more like a drawn-out sigh, a sound filled with sorrow and an unsettling sense of ancient weariness. It seemed to emanate from the depths of the gorge, rising up through the darkness to wrap around me like a chilling embrace. My breath hitched in my throat. What was that sound? I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the wind whistling through the rocks, or maybe some nocturnal animal calling out in the night. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something unnatural. As I continued my hurried trek, I made my first bad decision. The main trail, which had been relatively clear during the day, now seemed to be obscured by fallen leaves and branches in the darkness. I momentarily lost my footing, stumbling over a root and nearly dropping my headlamp. Disoriented, I scanned my surroundings, trying to reorient myself. In my haste and growing fear, I thought I saw a faint glimmer of light through the trees to my left. It was a soft, almost ethereal glow, unlike the harsh beam of my headlamp. My tired and panicked mind latched onto it, thinking it might be another hiker, or perhaps even the lights of the visitor center in the distance. Without properly checking my map or considering the terrain, I made a sharp turn off the trail and headed towards the light. This was a mistake, a huge mistake. Instead of leading me back to safety, the faint glow drew me deeper into the woods, away from the established path. The terrain became increasingly difficult, the ground uneven and covered in loose rocks and thick underbrush. Thorny vines snagged at my clothes, and low, hanging branches whipped across my face. I stumbled and cursed under my breath, my initial hope slowly turning into a gnawing sense of dread. The faint light flickered and danced ahead of me, always just out of reach. Like a willow, the wisp leading me astray, I called out, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. But there was no response, only the continued mournful sigh echoing through the trees. After what felt like an eternity, the light finally led me to a small clearing. But it wasn't the comforting glow of another person or a building. Instead, it emanated from the ground itself. In the center of the clearing was a patch of moss, and it was this moss that glowed with an eerie, pale luminescence. It pulsed softly, casting strange, dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. I stared at it, dumbfounded. What was this? I had never seen anything like it before. It was beautiful in a strange, unsettling way, but it also felt deeply wrong, unnatural. As I stood there, mesmerized and disoriented, I heard a sound behind me. It was a soft, crunching sound, like someone or something stepping on dry leaves. I whirled around, my headlamp beam cutting through the darkness. For a moment, there was nothing. Just the dense woods, the shadows stretching and swaying in the faint light of the glowing moss. Then I saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the trees, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct in the darkness, but I could sense its presence, a heavy, oppressive aura that seemed to weigh down the very air around me. My heart leaped into my throat. Who was this? Another hiker. It didn't feel like it. There was something about the way it stood, the way it seemed to melt into the shadows, that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. I could feel its gaze, cold and piercing, even though I couldn't make out any features in the darkness. Panic seized me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this some kind of hallucination? Was I just exhausted and scared? But the feeling was too real. The oppressive atmosphere, the palpable sense of dread, it was all too tangible to be just my imagination. I fumbled for my phone, desperately hoping for a signal, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. I was completely alone, miles from anywhere, with this thing watching me from the shadows. My instincts screamed at me to run. I took a step back, my eyes fixed on the figure, ready to bolt at the first sign of movement. Then the figure took a step forward, emerging slightly from the darkness, and in that brief moment, illuminated by the eerie glow of the moss, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Its face. It wasn't human. The features were distorted, elongated, with eyes that seemed to glow with an inner, malevolent light. Its mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. It was a grotesque parody of a human face, something twisted and corrupted. A silent scream caught in my throat. This was not a person. This was something else, something ancient and evil that had been lurking in the shadows of Tallulah Gorge. The figure took another step, and then another, moving with a slow, deliberate gait that was somehow more terrifying than a sudden rush. It was as if it knew it had me cornered, that there was nowhere for me to go. I finally found my voice, a choked, desperate whisper. What are you? The figure didn't answer. It just continued to advance, its glowing eyes fixed on me, its unnatural grin widening. I knew I had to get out of there. I turned and fled, crashing through the underbrush, not knowing where I was going, but knowing I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. Branches tore at my clothes, thorns scratched my skin, but I didn't care. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, propelling me forward. I could hear the crunching of leaves behind me, the sound of the figure pursuing me through the darkness. I stumbled and fell, scrambling back to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I risked a glance back and saw the figure still following, its form now clearer in the darkness. It moved with an unnatural speed and agility, gliding through the trees as if they weren't even there. Desperation clawed at me. I had made so many bad decisions. I should have stayed on the main trail. I shouldn't have followed that strange light. Now I was lost and being hunted by something that looked like it had crawled out of a nightmare. I came to a steep incline, the ground dropping away sharply beneath my feet. In my panic, I didn't hesitate. I plunged down the slope, sliding and stumbling, hoping to lose the figure in the dense undergrowth. I landed hard at the bottom, my ankle twisting beneath me in a sharp, agonizing pain. I cried out, clutching my ankle, but I didn't dare stop. I knew the figure was still out there, still hunting me. I tried to stand, but my ankle buckled under my weight. I was injured, alone, and being pursued by a monstrous entity in the darkness. My situation couldn't get any worse. Or could it? As I lay there gasping for breath, I heard a new sound. It was a low, guttural growl, closer now, much closer. And then I saw them. Two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness just a few feet away. They were larger than any animal I knew, and they burned with a predatory hunger that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I wasn't just being hunted by one thing. There was more. I tried to crawl away, dragging my injured leg, but it was no use. The growling grew louder, and I could hear the sound of heavy breathing, hot and fetid. Then I saw the creature. It was large and shadowy, its form vaguely canine but much bigger, with sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl it lunged. I threw my arms up in a futile attempt to defend myself, bracing for the impact. But it never came. Instead, there was a sudden, sharp pain in my leg, followed by a sickening tearing sensation. The creature hadn't gone for my throat. It had gone for my injured ankle. I screamed a raw, primal sound of pure agony and terror. The creature growled and tugged, its teeth sinking deeper into my flesh. I could feel the blood gushing out, warm and sticky against my skin. And then, through the darkness, I saw the other figure approaching, its glowing eyes fixed on me, its unnatural grin still stretched across its grotesque face. I was trapped, injured, and surrounded by creatures that seemed to have stepped out of the darkest corners of folklore. My bad decisions had led me to this nightmare, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was the end. The last thing I saw before the darkness finally claimed me was the figure reaching down, its long, skeletal fingers extending towards me. And then, there was only pain in the echoing, mournful sigh that seemed to come from the very heart of Tallulah Gorge. Darkness. That's the first thing I remember. A profound, absolute darkness that swallowed everything whole. There was no pain anymore, no sound, just an endless void. For a moment, I thought I was dead. Maybe this was it, the final curtain call after a series of spectacularly poor choices. But then, a flicker, a faint ethereal glow like the phosphorescent moss I had seen in the clearing. It grew slowly, tentatively, until it illuminated my surroundings. I wasn't in the woods anymore. I was in a cavern, a vast, echoing space with walls of rough, hewn rock that seemed to stretch up into an unseen ceiling. The air was cold and damp, carrying a faint, earthy smell, like wet soil and something else, something ancient and musty. I was lying on a cold stone floor, my leg throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. The tearing sensation was gone, but the memory of it was still vivid, sending shivers down my spine. I looked down at my ankle. It was bandaged crudely with what looked like strips of rough cloth, stained dark with dried blood. How did I get here? What happened after the attack? Fragments of memory flickered through my mind, the sharp teeth sinking into my flesh, the guttural growls, the grotesque face leering down at me. Had I been dragged here? By which creature? Or both? I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I had to lie back down. My head felt heavy, and my thoughts were sluggish and confused. As my vision cleared, I noticed the walls of the cavern were covered in carvings. And as I looked closer, my blood ran cold. They were the same symbols I had seen on the rock face overlooking the gorge. But here, they were everywhere larger, more intricate, etched deeper into the stone. There were circles with radiating lines, spiraling patterns that seemed to red before my eyes, and those strange, angular shapes that still defied any logical explanation. But now there were other symbols too. Figures, crudely drawn but undeniably humanoid, with elongated limbs and grotesque features that mirrored the face I had seen in the clearing. They were depicted in various poses, some seemingly worshiping the strange symbols, others engaged in acts that were too disturbing to fully comprehend. This wasn't just random graffiti. This was a record, a history etched in stone by some long-forgotten civilization. And it spoke of something dark, something ancient and malevolent that had dwelled in this place for centuries. A low, mournful sound echoed through the cavern, and I instinctively knew what it was, the sigh. It was closer now, resonating in the very air around me. Fear gripped me again, colder and more profound than before. I was trapped in this underground chamber, surrounded by these terrifying carvings, and whatever had attacked me was still nearby. I tried to remember how I had gotten here, but there was a gap in my memory, a blank space between the attack and waking up in this cavern. Had I been unconscious, or had something else happened? Then I noticed something else. In the center of the cavern, bathed in the eerie glow of the moss that grew in patches on the floor, was an altar. It was a large, flat stone, stained with dark, crusty marks that I didn't want to think too closely about. And lying on the altar was my camera bag. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to sit up. Ignoring the throbbing pain in my leg, I crawled towards the altar and reached for my bag. My camera was still inside, thankfully intact. Maybe, just maybe, I could use it to signal for help, if I could somehow get a signal down here. As I opened the camera compartment, I saw something else. Lying next to my spare lens was a small, smooth stone. It was dark gray, almost black, and it was covered in the same strange symbols that adorned the cavern walls. I didn't remember putting it there. I picked it up, and as my fingers brushed against the etched surface, a jolt of energy seemed to pass through me. My head swam, and the carvings on the walls seemed to pulse and wreathe even more intensely. The mournful sigh echoed again, closer than ever. A voice ancient and cold whispered in my mind. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears, but a thought, a feeling that resonated deep within my consciousness. You should not have come here. Terror washed over me. I dropped the stone as if it were burning me. It clattered on the altar, and the whispering stopped. I scrambled away from the altar, my heart pounding in my chest. I had stumbled into something far beyond my understanding, something ancient and evil that had been awakened by my presence. The glow of the moss flickered, and shadows danced on the cavern walls, making the grotesque figures in the carvings seem to move and wreathe. I felt a presence behind me, a cold, heavy weight in the air. I slowly turned around, my headlamp beam shaking in my trembling hand. Standing at the entrance of the cavern, its silhouette framed against the darkness outside, was the figure I had seen in the clearing. Its glowing eyes fixed on me, its unnatural grin still stretched across its face. Behind it, I could see the shadowy form of the canine creature, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. They had followed me here. Or perhaps they had brought me here. The figure took a step forward, and the mournful sigh echoed through the cavern once more, closer and more personal this time. It felt like a lament, a sorrowful welcome to a place from which there was no escape. I knew then that I wasn't going to get out of Tallulah Gorge alive. My bad decisions, my reckless pursuit of the perfect photograph, had led me to this terrifying end. I had trespassed on something ancient and powerful, and now I was going to pay the price. The figure raised a long, skeletal hand, its fingers tipped with sharp, black claws. I closed my eyes, bracing for the final blow, but it never came. Instead, I felt a cold, clammy touch on my forehead. And then the whispering voice returned, stronger this time, filling my mind with chilling clarity. Now you are one of us. I opened my eyes, and the figure was gone. The canine creature had vanished too. The cavern was silent, save for the gentle pulsing of the glowing moss. But something had changed. I felt different. My senses were heightened. The darkness no longer felt threatening, but familiar. The carvings on the walls seemed to speak to me, their ancient language now somehow understandable. I looked down at my hands. They were pale and gaunt, the skin stretched taut over my bones. My fingernails had grown longer, sharper. A reflection shimmered in a pool of water at the edge of the cavern. I crept towards it and looked at my face. It was still me, but different. My eyes glowed with a faint, inner light, and my mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin. The transformation was complete. David, the avid photographer, was gone. In his place was something else, something that belonged to the darkness of Tallulah Gorge, something that would now roam these ancient trails forever. The mournful sigh echoed again, but this time it felt like my own breath. So, if you ever find yourself hiking the trails around Tallulah Gorge, and you stumble upon a secluded spot overlooking the canyon, be careful. If you see strange symbols carved into the rocks, turn back. Don't try to capture that perfect shot. Some places are best left undisturbed. Some secrets are best left buried. Because if you linger too long, if you make the wrong decisions, you might just find yourself becoming part of the story, another lost soul forever bound to the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the Grand Canyon of the East. And you might just hear my sigh carried on the wind, a chilling reminder of the price of curiosity and the true horror that awaits those who stray from the path. My name is Jessica, and I've always found a certain solace in the untamed corners of the world. City life, with its constant hum of traffic and endless streams of people, often felt suffocating. Give me a winding trail, the scent of pine needles underfoot, and the rustling symphony of leaves in the wind, and I'm in my happy place. This year, that happy place was the Coda Wilderness, a sprawling expanse of rugged mountains and dense forests straddling the border of Georgia and Tennessee. I'd heard whispers of its raw beauty, its challenging terrain, and the sense of profound isolation it offered. It sounded like exactly what I needed to recharge and reconnect with nature. Of course, I wasn't venturing into this wilderness entirely alone. My constant companion, my furry shadow, and arguably the bravest creature I know, is Buster. He's a mixed breed, a handsome mutt with the sturdy build of a shepherd and the intelligent, watchful eyes of a terrier. Buster goes everywhere with me, from quick errands around town to ambitious day hikes. He's usually the picture of canine confidence, charging ahead on trails with his tail held high, occasionally pausing to sniff an interesting scent or bark playfully at a passing squirrel. He's my early morning alarm clock, my enthusiastic hiking buddy, and my loyal protector all rolled into one slobbery happy package. Planning the trip was an adventure in itself. I pored over maps, highlighting potential campsites near water sources and noting elevation gains. I meticulously checked my gear tent, sleeping bag rated for surprisingly low temperatures. You never know in the mountains. First aid kit, water filter, enough dehydrated meals to last several days, and of course, plenty of high-quality dog food for Buster. I even invested in a bear canister, a heavy-duty container designed to keep food safe from curious and potentially dangerous wildlife. While the thought of encountering a bear was a little unnerving, I knew it was a necessary precaution in this part of the country. The drive to the trailhead was scenic, the asphalt ribboning through rolling hills that gradually gave way to steeper, more dramatic landscapes. As I got closer to the Coda wilderness, cell service became increasingly spotty, a welcome sign that I was truly leaving the modern world behind. The air grew cooler and crisper, carrying the earthy aroma of damp soil and pine. Buster, sensing the shift in environment, became more animated in the back seat, his nose pressed against the window, occasionally letting out a soft whine of excitement. We finally arrived at the trailhead on a crisp Saturday morning. The parking lot was mostly empty, with only a handful of other cars scattered about. This added to the feeling of remoteness, and a thrill of anticipation mixed with a touch of nervousness ran through me. I double-checked that I had my permit, shouldered my pack, which felt heavier than it did in my living room, and leashed Buster. He was practically bouncing with energy, eager to start our adventure. The initial part of the trail was relatively gentle, winding through a sun-dappled forest of towering hardwoods. The leaves, just beginning to turn in shades of gold and crimson, created a breathtaking canopy overhead. Buster trotted happily beside me, his leash slack, occasionally veering off to investigate a particularly interesting smell. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the fallen leaves, the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, and the occasional call of a bird high in the trees. It was exactly the peaceful escape I had been craving. As the day wore on, the trail began to climb more steadily, and the terrain became rockier. The forest gradually transitioned to more coniferous trees, the air growing thick with the fragrant scent of pine and fir. Buster, despite the increasing difficulty of the hike, remained energetic, his enthusiasm seemingly boundless. We took regular breaks to hydrate and refuel, sharing snacks and enjoying the stunning vistas that opened up at various points along the trail. By late afternoon, we had reached our planned campsite for the first night, a small clearing nestled beside a clear, gurgling creek. I was tired, my muscles aching from the climb, but a sense of accomplishment washed over me as I surveyed our little piece of wilderness for the night. Buster, sensing that we had reached our destination, immediately started exploring the perimeter of the clearing, his nose twitching as he took in all the new smells. Setting up camp was a familiar routine. I quickly pitched the tent, unfurled our sleeping bags, and organized our food and gear. Buster, ever the helpful companion, mostly stayed out of the way, occasionally nudging my hand with his wet nose, as if to ask if he could help. Once the tent was up and our belongings were stowed away, I collected some dry firewood and started a small campfire. There's something incredibly comforting about the flickering flames and the crackling sound of burning wood, especially in the deepening twilight of the forest. As darkness descended, the woods around us transformed. Familiar shapes took on new, more mysterious forms in the shadows, and the sounds of the forest seemed to amplify. The chirping of crickets, the hooting of an owl in the distance, and the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth created a symphony of the night. Buster, who had been happily chewing on a stick near the fire, occasionally lifted his head, his ears perked, listening intently to the nocturnal sounds. We ate our dehydrated meals by the warm glow of the campfire, the silence punctuated only by the clinking of our sporks and Buster's contented sighs as he finished his own dinner. Afterwards, I sat back against a log, watching the flames dance and flicker, feeling a profound sense of peace and contentment. This was it, the escape I had been yearning for. Just me, my loyal dog, and the vast, untamed wilderness. Little did I know that the tranquility of this first night would be shattered by something deeply unsettling the very next day. The thought now sends a shiver down my spine, a cold premonition of the fear that was to come. The second day dawned bright and clear, the sunlight filtering through the trees, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. I woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated, the achies from the previous day's hike already fading. Buster was curled up at the foot of my sleeping bag, his tail thumping a soft greeting against the tent floor when he sensed I was awake. After a quick breakfast of oatmeal and instant coffee, we packed up our campsite. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Buster seemed particularly energetic, practically pulling on his leash as we set off on the trail. The plan for the day was to hike a few more miles deeper into the wilderness, aiming for a secluded waterfall I had marked on my map. The initial part of the morning was uneventful. The trail wound through a dense forest, the trees towering overhead like ancient sentinels. We passed a few other backpackers heading in the opposite direction, exchanging brief nods and smiles. Buster was his usual happy self, occasionally stopping to sniff at interesting scents along the path, his tail wagging with enthusiasm. However, as we ventured further into the wilderness, I started to notice a subtle shift in Buster's demeanor. He became less playful, his usual happy panting replaced by a low, almost imperceptible growl under his breath. He started lagging behind me on the trail, his ears constantly swiveling, as if he was trying to pinpoint a sound or a scent that was bothering him. I initially dismissed it as him simply being tired, or perhaps picking up the scent of some distant wildlife, but his agitation grew more pronounced. He began to stop abruptly on the trail, his body tense, his gaze fixed on the dense woods that lined our path. He would let out short, sharp barks, not his usual playful yips, but more like warning signals. "What is it, boy?" I'd ask him, crouching down to his level, trying to see what had caught his attention. But there was nothing there, just the seemingly empty woods, the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the distant chirping of birds. I couldn't see any animals, no sign of danger. Despite my reassurances, Buster remained on edge. He started sticking closer to my side, his body occasionally brushing against my leg as we walked. His usual confident stride was replaced by a hesitant, almost fearful gait. This was highly unusual behavior for him. Buster was normally fearless, the first to investigate any strange sound or rustle in the bushes. His anxiety started to make me feel uneasy as well. We continued on the trail for another hour or so, but Buster's agitation only intensified. He started growling more frequently, his hackles raised along his spine. He would fix his gaze on seemingly random spots in the woods, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. Whatever was bothering him was clearly unseen, unheard by me, but it was deeply unsettling him. Finally, he stopped dead in his tracks, refusing to take another step. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his body rigid, and let out a long, low growl that rumbled deep in his chest. His eyes were wide and focused, staring intently into the dense undergrowth to our right. "Buster, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice laced with concern. I tried to gently tug on his leash, but he wouldn't budge. He remained frozen, his gaze unwavering, his growl escalating into a series of sharp, frantic barks. I scanned the woods in the direction he was looking, trying to see what had spooked him so badly. The trees were thick, the undergrowth dense. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting long, eerie shadows on the forest floor. I could hear the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. Then my eyes caught something, a dark shape hanging from a tree, partially obscured by the foliage. My heart skipped a beat as I tried to make out what it was. As we got closer, the shape became clearer, and a wave of nausea washed over me. Hanging upside down from a thick branch, suspended by what looked like some kind of crude rope or vine, was a deer carcass. Its body was limp and lifeless, its head hanging low, almost touching the ground. The fur was matted and dark, and I could see the stark white of bone where the skin had been torn away in places. What made the sight truly horrifying was the complete lack of any visible explanation for how the deer had gotten there. The branch it was hanging from was at least 10 feet off the ground, too high for the deer to have simply jumped or climbed. There were no signs of a struggle, no broken branches, no bloodstains on the ground. It was as if the deer had been deliberately placed there, suspended in mid-air like some kind of grotesque trophy. The silence of the woods seemed to press in on me, amplifying the horror of the scene. The air, which had been fresh and clean just moments before, now felt heavy and tainted. Buster continued to growl, his eyes fixed on the macabre spectacle, his body trembling slightly. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Had it been caught in some kind of elaborate trap? But the way it was hanging seemed so intentional, so unnatural. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine. "Okay, Buster," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We need to get out of here." I didn't wait for his agreement. The sight of the hanging deer, combined with Buster's earlier agitation, had filled me with a sense of dread I couldn't shake. This place suddenly felt wrong, dangerous. The tranquility of the wilderness had been replaced by a palpable sense of menace. I turned back the way we had come, pulling gently on Buster's leash. He didn't resist this time, his fear seemingly overriding his usual stubbornness. He stayed close by my side, his body still tense, occasionally glancing back at the hanging carcass as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. We didn't stop to rest, didn't even pause to catch our breath. I just kept walking, my pace quickening with each step, my eyes darting nervously into the surrounding woods. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was out there in the trees observing us. Buster remained unusually quiet, his usual happy panting replaced by shallow, rapid breaths. I could feel his anxiety radiating off him, mirroring my own growing fear. We walked for what felt like an eternity. The image of the hanging deer burned into my mind. Finally, after what seemed like hours, we reached the familiar landmarks of the trail we had hiked in on. The tension in my shoulders eased slightly, but the feeling of unease lingered. We still had a long way to go to get back to the trailhead, but at least we were on familiar ground. As we continued our retreat, I couldn't help but replay the image of the deer carcass in my mind. How had it gotten there? What kind of creature or person could have done that? The thought of it made my stomach churn. This was beyond anything I had ever encountered in the wilderness. This wasn't just nature. This felt sinister, and the fear that whatever had done that was still out there, somewhere in those woods, continued to haunt me. We had made the right decision to turn back. There was no doubt in my mind, but the memory of that hanging deer and Buster's terrified reaction would stay with me for a long, long time. The hike back to the trailhead felt significantly longer and more arduous than our initial trek in. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every rustle in the leaves made me jump. Buster, though still visibly shaken, seemed to draw some comfort from being on familiar ground. He stayed close, occasionally nudging my hand, as if to reassure himself that I was still there. We didn't encounter anyone else on our way out, which only amplified the feeling of isolation and unease that clung to us like a damp shroud. The beauty of the forest, which had captivated me just the day before, now seemed menacing, the towering trees like silent witnesses to something dark and inexplicable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the parking lot. The sight of my car, bathed in the late afternoon sunlight, brought a wave of relief so intense it almost buckled my knees. I quickly loaded our gear into the trunk, my hands still trembling slightly. Buster practically leaped into the back seat, letting out a long, shaky sigh as if he understood we were finally safe. The drive home was quiet. Buster mostly slept, curled up on the back seat, occasionally twitching in his sleep. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us, some shadowy figure lurking in the trees that lined the road. The image of the hanging deer kept flashing in my mind, a gruesome tableau that refused to fade. Back home, the familiar comforts of my apartment felt like a sanctuary. The soft couch, the hum of the refrigerator, the flickering lights of the city outside my window, all of it was a stark contrast to the unsettling silence and lurking dread of the Coda wilderness. I gave Buster a long, comforting hug, burying my face in his fur. He licked my hand in response, his tail giving a weak thump against the couch. I knew he was still shaken too. He usually bounced back from any adventure with boundless energy, but this time he seemed subdued, almost wary. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the memory of what we had seen. The hanging deer, the unnatural way it was suspended, Buster's terrified reaction, it all replayed in my mind like a disturbing film loop. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Maybe it had been caught in some kind of elaborate snare set by a hunter. But the lack of any visible trap, the height of the branch, the sheer unnaturalness of it all kept bringing me back to a feeling of profound unease. I even tried to research the Coda wilderness online, looking for any similar stories, any mention of strange occurrences or unexplained phenomena. I stumbled across a few local legends, whispers of strange creatures and unexplained disappearances in the area, but nothing concrete, nothing that could definitively explain what we had encountered. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Buster is usually so fearless. He's chased off squirrels, barked at bears from a safe distance, and never shown any real fear in the wilderness. For him to react so strongly, to refuse to go any further, meant that whatever he sensed was truly out of the ordinary, something genuinely threatening. And the deer, the way it was hanging, so deliberately displayed, it felt like a warning, a message. But a message to whom? And from what? I've gone backpacking and hiking countless times before in various wilderness areas. I've encountered wildlife, navigated challenging terrain, and even weathered a few unexpected storms. But nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever made me feel the kind of primal fear I experienced in the Coda wilderness that day. It wasn't just the shock of seeing a dead animal, it was the feeling that something was wrong, fundamentally wrong with that place. Even now, weeks later, I still get chills when I think about it. Sometimes when Buster is sleeping soundly beside my bed, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear that low, guttural growl he made in the woods. I find myself checking the locks on my doors and windows more frequently, a lingering sense of vulnerability that I can't seem to shake. I've talked to a few friends about it, trying to explain what happened, but it's hard to convey the feeling of dread that permeated the air that day. They offer logical explanations. Maybe it was a mountain lion that had somehow managed to hoist the deer up there, or perhaps a very strange and morbid prank by some misguided individuals. But none of those explanations truly sit right with me. They don't account for Buster's terror, or the complete lack of any signs of struggle. Part of me wants to dismiss it as just a bad experience, a strange and unsettling encounter that I should try to forget. But another part of me, the part that loves the mystery and the untamed aspects of the wilderness, can't help but wonder what we truly stumbled upon that day. Was it just a bizarre anomaly, a random act of nature, or a twisted prank? Or was it something more sinister, something ancient and unknowable lurking in the depths of the Coda wilderness? I may never know the answer. And honestly, a part of me is terrified of ever finding out. I still love the wilderness, the feeling of being surrounded by nature's raw beauty. But I don't think I'll be venturing back into the Coda wilderness anytime soon. The memory of that hanging deer, and the fear in Buster's eyes, is a stark reminder that some corners of the world hold secrets best left undisturbed. And sometimes, the bad decisions aren't the ones you make on the trail, but the ones that lead you down a path where you witness something you can never truly unsee. The woods are full of wonders, but they can also hold horrors that defy explanation, and I think we got a glimpse of one of those horrors that day. And that's a chilling thought that still keeps me up at night. My name is Kevin Miller, and if there's one thing that gets my blood pumping more than a perfectly preserved historical document, it's the thrill of uncovering history in the field. I'm a bit of a history buff, you could say. Not the kind who just reads dusty books in a quiet library, though I do plenty of that too, but the kind who loves to get out there, to touch the past, to maybe even stumble upon something long forgotten. That's why, last weekend, I found myself deep within the Oconee National Forest in Georgia. I'd been researching the area for a while, specifically looking into the history of logging in the early 20th century. The Oconee was a major timber source back then, and I'd read about old logging roads that had long since been reclaimed by the forest. My goal for the weekend was simply find one of these forgotten roads and see what remnants of that bygone era I could unearth. Maybe an old tool, the foundation of a forgotten camp, or even just the faint trace of the road itself. Anything would be a win in my book. I packed my trusty hiking gear, plenty of water, some high-energy snacks, and of course my camera and notebook. I'd also downloaded detailed historical maps onto my GPS device, hoping to pinpoint the location of some of the old logging trails mentioned in historical records. The weather was perfect for hiking, crisp autumn air, clear blue skies, and the leaves were just starting to turn those beautiful shades of red and gold. It felt like a scene straight out of a postcard, peaceful and inviting. I spent the first few hours of the morning following marked trails within the national forest. They were pleasant enough, winding through towering pines and past babbling brooks. But they weren't what I was looking for. These were modern trails, well maintained and frequently used by other hikers. I wanted something more untouched. Something that felt like I was the first person to set foot on it in decades. Around midday, after consulting my GPS and cross-referencing it with the historical maps, I thought I'd found a promising lead. There was a faint, almost imperceptible line on the modern satellite imagery that aligned with a documented logging road from the early 1920s. It was located in a more remote section of the forest, away from the main hiking trails. This, I thought, could be it. I ventured off the marked path, carefully navigating through the undergrowth. The terrain became more challenging, with fallen logs and thick patches of ferns obstructing my way. It was slow going, but the anticipation of what I might find kept me motivated. After about an hour of pushing through the dense foliage, I started to notice a subtle change in the forest floor. The ground was slightly flatter here, and there was a distinct lack of smaller trees and underbrush in a narrow strip ahead of me. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but to my trained eye, it was there the ghost of an old road. A wave of excitement washed over me. I had found it! I followed the barely discernible path, my eyes scanning the ground for any signs of past human activity. I found a few rusty nails, a broken piece of what looked like an old ceramic mug, and even what might have been part of a leather boot sole. Each small discovery fueled my enthusiasm. I imagined the loggers who had walked this very path a century ago, the hard work they had endured, and the lives they had lived. As I continued deeper into the woods, the faint trail led me to a small clearing. At first, I didn't realize what it was. It was overgrown with weeds and surrounded by a thick tangle of trees and vines. But as I got closer, I saw them weathered stones jutting out of the earth, some leaning precariously, others almost completely swallowed by the undergrowth. It was an old cemetery. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't expected to find a burial ground out here, so far from any sign of civilization. It was a somber discovery, a stark reminder of the lives that had been lived and lost in this remote corner of the forest. I carefully made my way through the clearing, stepping over fallen branches and trying not to disturb the ancient stones. Most of the headstones were so worn and weathered that the inscriptions had long since faded away, rendered illegible by the relentless passage of time and the elements. I spent a while examining the graves, trying to piece together some sense of the people who were buried here. It felt like stepping back in time, a poignant connection to the past. I wondered who they were, what their lives had been like, and why they had been buried in such an isolated place. Perhaps they were loggers who had succumbed to illness or injury, or maybe they were members of a small, forgotten community that had once existed in this area. Just as I was about to move on, something caught my eye. Tucked away in a corner of the cemetery, beneath the shade of an ancient oak tree, was a smaller headstone. It was made of a different kind of stone than the others, a lighter color, and it seemed to be in slightly better condition. I carefully cleared away the moss and lichen that had accumulated on its surface. My curiosity piqued, and then I saw the inscription. It was simple yet profoundly unsettling. Lost in the woods, never found. Below it, etched in smaller letters, was a name, Sarah Mai, and a date that indicated she had died sometime in the late 1800s. A chill ran down my spine. The words were so stark, so final, so heartbreaking. I imagined the terror and despair of a child lost and alone in the vastness of the forest, and the unimaginable grief of her family. As I stood there, tracing the letters with my fingers, a faint sound drifted through the trees. It was soft, almost imperceptible at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But then I heard it again, clearer this time. It was a sob, a quiet, heart-wrenching sound, as if someone was weeping softly in the distance. My blood ran cold. I looked around the cemetery, my senses on high alert. I was completely alone. There was no one else here. The only sounds were the gentle breeze whispering through the leaves and the distant chirping of birds. But I had definitely heard it. A sob, and it seemed to be coming from deeper within the trees, beyond the edge of the small clearing. My heart pounded in my chest. Was it just my imagination, the eerie inscription on the grave playing tricks on my mind, or was there something else out here? Something real. I stood frozen for a moment, my mind racing, trying to rationalize what I had heard. But the image of that child's grave, the stark words etched in stone, and the faint, sorrowful sound echoing through the silent woods combined to create a feeling of unease that I couldn't shake. Curiosity, that relentless driving force behind my historical explorations, warred with a growing sense of dread. Should I investigate? Should I venture deeper into the trees to see if I could find the source of the sobbing? Or should I turn back, chalk it up to an overactive imagination, and head back to the safety of the marked trails? The sobbing sound came again, a little louder this time, and it seemed closer. It was definitely a child crying. My instincts told me to be cautious, to turn around and leave. But something else, a morbid curiosity perhaps, or maybe even a sense of responsibility, urged me to go and see. What if someone was hurt? What if a child was lost in the woods, just like Sarah May all those years ago? Taking a deep breath, I made a decision. I would just take a few steps into the trees, just enough to see if I could get a better sense of where the sound was coming from. If it felt wrong, if I sensed any danger, I would turn back immediately. But I couldn't just ignore it. Not after reading that inscription. Not after hearing that cry. With hesitant steps, I moved towards the edge of the clearing, my eyes scanning the dense undergrowth ahead. The sobbing continued, a mournful sound that seemed to tug at something deep within my soul. I pushed aside a thick curtain of vines and peered into the shadowy depths of the forest, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The woods beyond the cemetery were darker, the trees taller and more tightly packed, creating an almost claustrophobic atmosphere. The air felt colder here, and a strange silence hung in the air, broken only by the faint, heart-wrenching sobs. And then I saw something. A small, pale figure huddled at the base of a large oak tree, its back to me. It looked like a child. My breath caught in my throat. Could it be? Was this the source of the crying? I took another step forward, my boots crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The figure didn't move. The sobbing continued, a steady, rhythmic sound of pure sorrow. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should I call out? Should I approach slowly? "Hello," I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. The sobbing didn't stop. "Are you okay?" I asked, a little louder this time. Slowly, the figure began to turn, and what I saw in the dim light of the forest sent a wave of pure, unadulterated terror coursing through my veins. It wasn't a child. Not in the way I understood it. The face that turned towards me was pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light. And as it opened its mouth, not to speak, but to emit a chilling, otherworldly wail, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The sound that ripped from the figure's throat wasn't the cry of a lost child. It was something far more primal, a banshee-like wail that seemed to vibrate through the very air around me. It clawed at my eardrums, sending a shockwave of pure terror through my body. My legs turned to lead, and for a split second, I was completely paralyzed, my mind struggling to process the sheer wrongness of what I was seeing. The figure took a step towards me, and the dim light filtering through the trees illuminated it more fully. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but its proportions were all wrong. Its limbs seemed too long and thin, its torso unnaturally elongated. The pale skin stretched taut over sharp, jutting bones, and the hollow sockets where its eyes should have been seemed to pierce right through me, despite their emptiness. Its mouth was stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of small, needle-like teeth. The wailing stopped abruptly, replaced by a low, guttural growl that rumbled deep within its chest. It took another step, and I finally snapped out of my frozen state. My fight, or flight response kicked in with full force. There was no reasoning with this thing, no understanding it. My only instinct was to run. I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Branches whipped at my face, and thorny vines tore at my clothes, but I barely felt them. My lungs burned with each ragged breath as I scrambled back towards the small clearing where I had found the cemetery. Behind me, I could hear the creature moving through the woods. It wasn't running, but it was keeping pace with me effortlessly, its long limbs seeming to glide over the uneven terrain. And then I heard the wailing again, closer this time, a chilling reminder of the horror that was pursuing me. I burst back into the clearing, my eyes frantically scanning for any sign of escape. The headstones seemed to watch me with silent judgment, their weathered surfaces now appearing menacing in the fading light. I didn't dare to look back, focusing all my energy on putting as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I remembered the faint logging road I had followed to get here. That was my only way out. I stumbled back in the direction I thought it lay, my legs aching, my breath coming in gasps. The forest seemed to have turned against me, the once peaceful woods now a labyrinth of shadows and unseen dangers. The wailing continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, but always there, a constant reminder of the nightmare that was unfolding. I could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent aura that seemed to cling to the air around me. I finally found the faint trace of the old road and stumbled onto it, my footing still unsteady. It was barely more than a deer trail in places, but it was better than nothing. I pushed myself to run faster, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I had encountered. What was that creature? What did it want? The inscription on the child's grave flashed through my mind. Lost in the woods, never found. Was that what this was? The spirit of Sarah May, twisted and corrupted by some unspeakable tragedy, or something far more ancient and sinister, something that had been lurking in these woods for centuries. As I ran, I started to hear other sounds in the forest. Not the usual sounds of birds and insects, but faint whispers. Carried on the wind, they were too soft to make out individual words, but they sounded like voices, many voices, all murmuring and sighing just beyond the edge of my hearing. It was unnerving, adding another layer of dread to the already terrifying situation. The logging road seemed to wind endlessly through the trees. I had no idea how far I had come or how much further I had to go to reach the main trails. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and wreathed around me, making it difficult to see clearly. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The creature wasn't there, at least not in sight, but I could still feel its presence, that cold, oppressive feeling that sent shivers down my spine. And then I heard the wailing again, closer than ever. Panic surged through me. It was gaining on me. I pushed myself to run even faster, my muscles screaming in protest. I could feel my lungs burning, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I had to get away. Just as I thought I couldn't run any further, I saw a faint light through the trees ahead. Hope surged through me. It had to be one of the main trails. Maybe even the parking lot. I stumbled towards the light, my legs feeling like jelly. I burst out of the trees and onto a wider, well-maintained trail. Relief washed over me, so intense it almost made me collapse. I had made it. I was safe. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. I looked back at the dark line of trees from which I had emerged, half expecting to see that creature emerge. But there was nothing. Only the silent, watchful woods. After a few minutes, when I had finally caught my breath, I started to walk along the marked trail, heading in the direction of the parking lot. The familiar signs in the well-trodden path were a welcome sight after the terror I had just experienced. But even though I was back on a safe trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. The whispers in the wind seemed to follow me, and every rustle of leaves made me jump. The image of that pale, gaunt face with its hollow eyes was burned into my memory. As I walked, I noticed something lying on the ground in the middle of the trail. It was small and white, and it looked strangely familiar. I bent down and picked it up. It was a child's bone, a small finger bone, bleached white and smooth. My stomach churned. Where had this come from? Was it a remnant of Sarah May, or something more recent? I looked around, my eyes scanning the surrounding woods. The whispers seemed to grow louder, and I could have sworn I saw movement in the shadows between the trees. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. Standing at the edge of the trees, bathed in the fading light, was the figure. It hadn't followed me. It had somehow gotten ahead of me, flanking me. Its pale face was still contorted into that grotesque smile, and its hollow eyes seemed to gleam in the dim light. This time it didn't wail. It simply pointed a long, bony finger towards the depths of the forest, its silent gesture somehow more terrifying than any scream. And then it spoke, its voice a raspy, chilling whisper that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Lost, it rasped, its voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. Lost like her. Before I could react, before I could even scream, the ground beneath my feet began to tremble. The trees around me swayed violently, and a deep, guttural roar echoed through the forest. It wasn't the creature that had made the sound. It was something much bigger, something much more powerful. The figure took another step back into the trees, its hollow eyes fixed on me with an expression that seemed to be a mixture of triumph and malice. And then it was gone, swallowed by the deepening shadows. The roaring continued, growing louder and closer. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I had to get away. Now, I turned and ran down the trail, my legs pumping as fast as they could. The roaring followed me, shaking the ground and filling the air with a terrifying presence. I could hear trees crashing down in the distance, as if some massive creature was tearing through the forest. I ran until my lungs felt like they were about to burst, until my legs were screaming in agony. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept running, the terrifying roar echoing in my ears, the image of the pale figure and the child's bone burned into my mind. I had stumbled upon something ancient and evil in those woods, something that had been waiting for someone like me, and I had a terrible feeling that it wasn't finished with me yet. The roar was deafening, a primal sound that echoed through the trees and vibrated in my very bones. It felt like something ancient and immense was tearing its way through the forest, and I had no doubt that I was its intended target. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I didn't dare to stop. I just kept running, blindly following the trail, the terrifying sound spurring me onward. Behind me, the forest seemed to be in chaos. I could hear trees snapping like twigs, the ground shaking with each earth-shattering roar. Whatever was chasing me was huge, powerful, and filled with an unholy rage. I didn't know what I had stumbled upon in that forgotten cemetery, but it had clearly awakened something terrible. The marked trail seemed to go on forever, winding through the increasingly dense woods. The light was fading fast, and the shadows were growing long and distorted, turning familiar shapes into menacing figures. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept expecting to see glowing eyes in the darkness, or to feel the hot breath of the creature on my neck. As I ran, I stumbled upon more unsettling signs. In one place, the trail was littered with small, white bones, similar to the one I had found earlier. Further on, I saw what looked like claw marks raked deep into the bark of a massive oak tree, the wood splintered and torn. These weren't the marks of any animal I knew. They were too large, too brutal. The roaring continued, sometimes fading into the distance, only to return with renewed ferocity. It felt like the creature was toying with me, letting me think I might escape, only to remind me of its relentless pursuit. Just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I saw the faint glow of lights through the trees ahead. It had to be the parking lot. Hope surged through me once more, giving me a final burst of energy. I pushed myself to run even harder, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. I burst out of the trees and into the relative safety of the parking lot. It was empty except for my own car, which looked incredibly small and vulnerable in the vast darkness. The roar echoed from the woods behind me, a chilling reminder of the danger I had escaped. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. Finally, the door clicked open, and I practically threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming and locking the doors behind me. I didn't waste any time. I started the engine and slammed my foot on the accelerator, tires spitting gravel as I sped out of the parking lot and onto the main road. I didn't look back. I just drove, my eyes glued to the road ahead, the image of the pale figure and the terrifying roar still fresh in my mind. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was far away from the Oconee National Forest. I didn't feel safe until I was back in my own home, the doors locked, the curtains drawn. The next day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by the creepy inscription on the grave and the isolation of the woods. Maybe the creature I had heard was just a bear or some other large animal. But I knew, deep down, that it wasn't. The pale figure, the chilling wail, the whispers in the wind, the sheer terror I had felt, it had all been too real. And the child's bone, I couldn't explain that away. I tried to do some research to see if there were any local legends or stories about strange creatures or unexplained disappearances in the Oconee National Forest. I found a few old newspaper articles about people who had gone missing in the area over the years, some dating back to the late 1800s, around the time Sarah May had died. None of them were ever found. There were also some old folk tales, whispered among the locals, about a malevolent entity that dwelled deep within the woods, a creature that preyed on lost souls and lured unsuspecting travelers to their doom. They called it the Lost Child's Keeper. The description in the stories was vague, but there were unsettling similarities to the figure I had seen: pale skin, hollow eyes, and a chilling wail. The stories also spoke of a powerful roar that often accompanied its appearances. I haven't been back to the Oconee National Forest since that day. The memory of that terrifying encounter is still too vivid, too real. I still have nightmares about the pale figure in the earth-shattering roar. Sometimes late at night, when the wind is howling outside, I think I can still hear the faint whispers carried on the breeze. And I can't help but wonder if the Lost Child's Keeper is still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I've decided to stick to exploring historical sites that are a little less remote, and if I ever find myself in the woods again, I'll be sure to stick to the well-marked trails. Some mysteries are better left undisturbed, some doors are better left unopened, because sometimes the past you're searching for is searching for you too. And sometimes what you find is far more terrifying than anything you could have ever imagined. I just hope that whatever I encountered that day remains lost in those woods and never finds its way out, because I don't think I could survive another encounter with the lost child's keeper. And I have a terrible feeling that Sarah May wasn't the only one lost in the woods, never found. Hi everyone, long-time lurker, first-time poster here. I've always been a sucker for the true scary camping and hiking stories that pop up on this subreddit. The ones that make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and make you double check the locks on your doors at night. I never thought I'd have a story of my own to share. But after what happened last weekend, I feel like I have to. Maybe writing it down will help me process it, or maybe it's just a warning to anyone else thinking of venturing into the Appalachian wilderness. My name is Ashley, and my boyfriend Chris and I have been together for about 3 years. We both work pretty demanding jobs in Atlanta, and every few months we try to escape the city for a bit of nature therapy. We're not hardcore survivalists or anything, but we enjoy a good hike and the peace and quiet of being away from the constant noise of urban life. This time we decided on Vogel State Park in Georgia. I'd heard it was beautiful, especially in the fall when the leaves start to change, and Chris had been wanting to hike to the summit of Blood Mountain for ages. We packed up our gear on Friday evening, a pretty standard setup of 2-person tent, sleeping bags, a portable stove, plenty of water and snacks, and our hiking boots. We left early Saturday morning, eager to hit the trails. The drive up to Vogel was stunning. The winding mountain roads were lined with trees in various shades of red, orange, and gold. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It felt like we were entering a different world, a world far removed from the traffic jams and deadlines we'd left behind. Vogel State Park itself was exactly as picturesque as I'd imagined. Lake Tralita shimmered in the sunlight, surrounded by rolling hills covered in dense forest. We checked in at the visitor center, got a map of the trails, and decided to set up camp before starting our hike. The campground was fairly busy, mostly families and other couples looking to enjoy the outdoors. We found a nice spot nestled among some tall pines, giving us a good amount of privacy. Setting up the tent was quick and easy, a task we'd done countless times before. After a quick lunch of sandwiches and chips, we were ready to tackle Blood Mountain. The trailhead was a short drive from the campground. We chose the Bear Hair Gap Trail, which was supposed to be about 4.3 miles to the summit, making it a manageable day hike. The weather was perfect, sunny and cool, with a light breeze rustling the leaves. We made sure we had plenty of water, some energy bars, and our phones, although we knew cell service would likely be spotty at best once we gained some elevation. The first part of the trail was relatively easy, a gradual incline through a beautiful hardwood forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. We passed several other hikers, exchanging friendly nods and smiles. Everyone seemed to be in good spirits, enjoying the natural beauty surrounding us. Chris, who is a bit of a history buff, told me about the Cherokee legend of Blood Mountain, how it got its name from a fierce battle between the Cherokee and Creek tribes. It added a bit of an eerie undertone to the hike, but nothing that felt particularly threatening. As we climbed higher, the terrain became a bit more challenging. The trail narrowed and became rockier, requiring us to watch our footing. The trees started to thin out, giving us glimpses of the stunning views that lay ahead. We could see layers upon layers of mountains stretching out into the distance, their peaks shrouded in a light haze. It was breathtaking. We stopped a few times to catch our breath and take some pictures, trying to capture the beauty of the landscape. We talked about everything and nothing as we hiked, the kind of easy conversation that comes naturally when you're comfortable with someone. We discussed our jobs, our plans for the future, and some of the funny things that had happened to us over the years. It was one of those perfect days where everything felt right, where you could just relax and enjoy the company of the person you love in a beautiful setting. After what felt like a good couple of hours of hiking, we could tell we were getting close to the summit. The trail became steeper and the air grew noticeably cooler. We rounded a bend, and there it was, the iconic stone shelter at the top of Blood Mountain. We were both a little winded but thrilled to have made it. The view from the summit was even more spectacular than we had anticipated. We could see for miles in every direction, a vast panorama of rolling mountains and valleys. We found a relatively sheltered spot near the stone shelter and sat down to enjoy the view and have a snack. We spent a good half hour at the summit, soaking in the scenery and congratulating ourselves on a successful hike. There were a few other people around, mostly other hikers, who had made their way up the various trails. We chatted with a couple from Florida who were on a road trip through the Appalachian Mountains. They were friendly and shared some tips about other hikes in the area. As we were getting ready to start our descent, I noticed a change in the weather. The sky, which had been clear and blue just moments before, was starting to look hazy. A thick, white fog seemed to be rolling in rapidly from the west, blanketing the distant peaks. It was eerie how quickly it appeared, like a curtain being drawn across the landscape. "Looks like we should probably get going," Chris said, glancing at the approaching fog. "Don't want to get caught up here in this." I agreed. Fog in the mountains can be disorienting and dangerous, especially on a rocky trail. We packed up our things and started to head back down the Bear Hair Gap Trail, retracing our steps. The fog was definitely getting thicker, and it wasn't long before visibility started to decrease significantly. The once expansive views were now completely obscured by a wall of white. We kept a close eye on the trail markers, making sure we didn't stray off course. The fog was so dense that we could barely see more than a few feet in front of us. The cheerful atmosphere from earlier had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of unease. The silence of the mountain, which had been so peaceful before, now felt heavy and oppressive. Then it happened. We were walking along a particularly rocky section of the trail, the fog swirling around us like a living thing, when I heard it. A voice. It was close, right next to my ear it seemed, but it sounded distorted, like it was coming through a broken speaker or something, and it was calling my name. Ashley. The voice whispered, the sound strangely stretched and warped. I froze in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around wildly, trying to see through the thick fog, but there was nothing. Just the swirling white and the silent trees. "Did you hear that?" I asked Chris, my voice barely above a whisper. He stopped and looked at me, a confused expression on his face. "Hear what?" I didn't hear anything. I frowned. The voice, it said my name? Chris shook his head. "I didn't hear any voice, Ash. Maybe it was just the wind." "No," I insisted. "It was definitely a voice. It was right here." I pointed to my ear. It said my name. He looked around again, his brow furrowed. "There's no one else up here, babe. It's just us. And the fog is pretty thick. Maybe it's playing tricks on your ears." I wasn't so sure. The voice had sounded so real, so close. And the way it had said my name, it sent a shiver down my spine. But Chris seemed genuinely not to have heard anything, and there was no logical explanation for a disembodied voice calling my name in the middle of a dense fog on top of a mountain. "Maybe you're right," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Maybe it was just my imagination, but deep down I knew it wasn't. And as we continued our descent through the increasingly thick fog, the feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach only grew stronger. Something about that voice, the way it sounded, the fact that only I seemed to have heard it, it felt wrong. Very wrong, and I had a terrible feeling that our peaceful camping trip had just taken a very dark turn. Despite my attempt to brush it off as my imagination, the sound of that distorted voice lingered in my mind, replaying itself over and over like a broken record. Each time I heard it again in my memory, the more unsettling it became. It wasn't just the fact that it had called my name, but the way it had sounded warped, stretched, almost inhuman. And the fact that Chris hadn't heard it, that was the part that truly unnerved me. Was I going crazy? Was the altitude or the sudden change in weather affecting my perception? We continued our descent, the fog remaining stubbornly thick. It felt like we were walking through a cloud, the visibility never extending more than a few feet. The familiar landmarks of the trail were completely obscured, and we had to rely heavily on the occasional painted blazes on the rocks and trees to stay on course. The silence, broken only by the sound of our own footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves in the unseen wind, was becoming increasingly oppressive. Every now and then, I would glance at Chris, trying to gauge his reaction. He seemed focused on navigating the trail, his brow slightly furrowed in concentration. He didn't appear to be experiencing the same level of anxiety that was building inside me. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it really was just a trick of the wind or my tired mind. Then I heard it again. This time it was fainter, more distant, but undeniably the same voice. It wasn't calling my name this time, but it was speaking, uttering words I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a low murmur, a series of distorted syllables that faded in and out of the swirling fog. I stopped abruptly, grabbing Chris's arm. "Did you hear that?" I asked urgently. He stopped too, looking around with a slightly exasperated expression. "Hear what, Ashley? We've been over this. I don't hear anything." "No, listen." I strained my ears, trying to catch the faint sounds again. "There. Do you hear that?" He stood still for a moment, his head cocked to one side. After a few seconds, he shook his head. "I honestly don't hear anything, babe. Just the wind." I could feel my frustration growing. How could he not hear it? It was there, a faint but distinct murmur carried on the foggy air. Was I truly the only one experiencing this? It made me feel isolated, like I was trapped in some kind of personal nightmare that Chris couldn't even perceive. "But it's a voice," I insisted, my voice trembling slightly. "It's saying something. I can't make out the words, but it's definitely a voice." Chris sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, I know you're probably a little freaked out by the fog and everything, but I really don't hear anything. Maybe it's just the echo of our own voices bouncing off the rocks." I knew that wasn't it. This was different. This sounded wrong. There was a quality to the distortion that couldn't be explained by a simple echo. "Okay," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice calm. "Okay, maybe you're right. Let's just keep going." But my mind was racing. What was this voice? Who or what was making it? And why could only I hear it? As we continued our descent, the fog seemed to grow even thicker, if that was possible. It felt like we were walking through a dense cloud of cotton, the moisture clinging to our clothes and hair. The silence, when the distorted voice wasn't present, was almost deafening, amplifying the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of our boots on the rocky trail. Then I started to see things in the fog. At first, it was just fleeting glimpses, shapes that seemed to materialize, and then vanish in the swirling mist. I would catch a dark form out of the corner of my eye, something tall and slender, but when I turned to look directly at it, it would be gone, replaced by nothing but the swirling white. "Did you see that?" I asked Chris, grabbing his arm again. He looked at me, his patience starting to wear thin. "See what, Ashley? We need to focus on the trail." "No, there was something there," I insisted. "Over there by that tree. Look tall." Chris squinted into the fog. "I don't see anything, babe. Just the trees." I knew what I had seen. It might have been brief, and the fog might have distorted it, but I had definitely seen something. Or someone. But the fact that Chris hadn't seen it either only added to my growing sense of dread. Was I hallucinating? Was the stress of the situation getting to me? The voice returned again, this time clearer, closer. It was still distorted, but I could almost make out a word. It sounded like, "Lost! Chris!" I exclaimed, stopping again. I heard it. It said, "Lost." He stopped and turned to me, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. "Ashley, I really think you're letting this get to you. We're not lost. I know exactly where we are on the trail." He pointed to a trail marker barely visible through the fog. "See, we're fine." But I didn't feel fine. The voice, the strange shapes in the fog, it all felt wrong. It felt like we were being watched, being followed by something unseen. As we continued our descent, the trail started to feel different. It seemed to narrow, and the trees on either side appeared to grow closer, creating a claustrophobic feeling. The fog pressed in on us, making it hard to breathe. I felt a growing sense of panic, a primal fear that I couldn't explain. Then, I heard a different sound. It wasn't the distorted voice this time. It was a rustling in the undergrowth to our left, a sound like something large moving through the leaves and branches. I froze, my eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, clutching Chris's arm tightly. He stopped and listened. This time he heard it too. "Yeah. What was that?" We stood there for a moment, listening intently. The rustling sound came again, closer this time, moving parallel to the trail. Whatever it was big. Maybe it's just a deer. Chris said, trying to sound reassuring, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. But it didn't sound like a deer. It was too heavy, too deliberate. And then I heard another sound mixed in with the rustling, a low, guttural growl. My blood ran cold. That wasn't a deer. "Chris," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I don't think that's a deer." His eyes were wide now, his face pale. He had heard it too. The growl was unmistakable. We stood there frozen in place, listening as the rustling and growling sounds moved closer. The fog was so thick we couldn't see anything, but we could hear whatever it was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, there was a loud snap of a twig just off the trail to our left, followed by a heavy thud. Whatever it was right there, just a few feet away, hidden by the dense fog. We didn't wait to see what it was. We both turned and started to run, scrambling down the rocky trail as fast as we could. The sounds of rustling and growling followed us, keeping pace with our frantic flight. My heart was pounding in my chest, my lungs burning with the effort. I could hear Chris panting heavily beside me. We didn't dare look back, our eyes fixed on the barely visible trail ahead. Then I heard the distorted voice again, this time right behind me, so close it felt like someone was breathing down my neck. "Ashley," it whispered, the sound sending a jolt of pure terror through me. I screamed and stumbled, nearly falling. Chris grabbed my arm, pulling me along. We kept running, the distorted voice and the menacing growls echoing in the fog behind us. We had to get out of here. We had to get off this mountain. Whatever was happening, it wasn't natural, and I had a terrifying feeling that we were in serious danger. The peaceful hike we had started just a few hours ago had turned into a desperate fight for survival. And I had no idea what we were running from, or if we would even make it out alive. The fog was our enemy, concealing whatever was hunting us, and the distorted voice that only I could hear felt like a sinister omen, a prelude to something truly horrific. We ran blindly through the fog, the sounds of pursuit, the heavy rustling, the guttural growls, and that chilling, distorted whisper spurring us onward. The trail was steep and uneven, littered with rocks and roots that threatened to trip us at every step. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the sheer terror propelling me forward overrode the physical pain. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel whatever was chasing us getting closer. The intensity of the rustling had increased, and the growls were louder, more menacing. The distorted voice continued to whisper my name, sometimes close, sometimes further away, as if there were multiple sources, or as if it was playing with me. Each time I heard it, a fresh wave of fear washed over me. Chris was just ahead of me, his breathing ragged. I could hear him stumble a few times, but he kept going, driven by the same primal instinct to survive. Suddenly, the trail seemed to level out slightly. We burst out of a particularly dense patch of fog and into a slightly more open area, although visibility was still severely limited. I risked a quick glance behind us, but I couldn't see anything through the swirling mist. The sounds of pursuit were still there, though, just out of sight. "We need to get off this mountain," I gasped, my voice hoarse. I know," Chris replied, his voice strained. "Just keep going. I think the trailhead can't be too much further." We pressed on, our pace slowing slightly as the immediate threat seemed to have momentarily receded. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, remained. The silence, when the growls and whispers subsided, was just as terrifying, filled with the anticipation of their return. Then, the distorted voice spoke again, this time not whispering my name, but uttering a phrase that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. "You can't leave," it rasped, the words stretched and warped but chillingly clear. I stumbled again, my legs feeling like lead. "Did you hear that?" I asked Chris, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded, his face grim. Yet what the hell is going on? We continued to run, but the words echoed in my mind, heavy with a sense of finality. "You can't leave." It felt like a curse, a declaration that we were trapped here, on this fog-shrouded mountain. As we ran, I caught another glimpse of something moving in the fog to our right. This time it was closer, and the fog seemed to momentarily thin, allowing me to see a fleeting image. It was tall, impossibly tall and gaunt, with long, spindly limbs. Its skin looked pale and stretched, and I thought I saw a flash of something dark and empty where its eyes should have been. The image was gone in an instant, swallowed by the swirling fog, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. This wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. This was something else, something unnatural. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore through the silence of the fog. Chris turned to look at me, his eyes wide with terror. "What? What did you say?" he asked frantically. It was something. I stammered, unable to articulate the horror I had just witnessed. Something not human. His face paled even further. He didn't press me for details, understanding the terror in my voice. We picked up our pace again, running with a renewed sense of urgency. The trail started to descend more steeply, becoming even more treacherous. We stumbled and slipped on loose rocks, our ankles twisting with each uneven step. But we didn't dare slow down. The sounds of pursuit were still behind us, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, but always there, a constant reminder of the danger we were in. The distorted voice continued its taunts, sometimes whispering my name, sometimes uttering those chilling words. You can't leave. It felt like it was inside my head now, a constant, insidious presence that was slowly driving me mad. Then, just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I saw it through the fog, a faint glimmer of light. It looked like the edge of the woods, the boundary of the dense forest. Hope surged through me, giving me a burst of adrenaline. "Chris! I see light! I think we're almost out," I yelled. He looked in the direction I was pointing, his face lighting up with relief. "Come on! We can make it!" We pushed ourselves harder, our legs pumping, our lungs screaming for air. The sounds of pursuit seemed to intensify, as if whatever was chasing us knew we were about to escape. The growls were louder, closer, and the distorted voice was right behind me, whispering my name with a chilling intensity. We burst through the last of the trees and into a small clearing. I could see the parking lot just ahead, with a few cars still parked there. It was still foggy, but the density had lessened significantly. We didn't stop running until we reached Chris's car. He fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get them into the lock. Finally, the door opened, and we both scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut and locking them. We sat there for a moment, panting, our hearts pounding, listening for any sounds outside. The fog still swirled around the car, but the menacing growls and the distorted whispers seemed to have stopped. Chris started the engine, his hands still trembling on the steering wheel. He put the car in drive, and we slowly pulled out of the parking lot, our eyes scanning the surrounding woods for any sign of what had chased us. As we drove down the winding mountain road, the fog gradually began to dissipate. By the time we reached the main highway, the sun was starting to break through the clouds, casting a golden light over the landscape. It felt like we were leaving a nightmare behind. We didn't speak much on the drive back to Atlanta. We were both still in shock, trying to process what had happened. I kept replaying the distorted voice in my head. The image of that tall, gaunt figure in the fog burned into my memory. We haven't talked much about it since we got back. Chris keeps saying it was probably just our imaginations fueled by stress and the creepy atmosphere of the fog. He wants to believe it was just a bear or something natural that we misinterpreted. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever we encountered on Blood Mountain that day was something far more sinister, something that doesn't belong in this world. I still hear the voice sometimes, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep. It whispers my name, just like it did on the mountain. And every time I close my eyes, I see that tall, gaunt figure lurking in the fog. We were supposed to go camping again next month, but I don't think I can. Not after what happened. I don't think I'll ever feel safe in the woods again. So, if you're planning a camping trip to Vogel State Park, or anywhere in the Appalachian Mountains for that matter, be careful. Be aware of your surroundings. And if you hear a distorted voice calling your name in the fog, run. Just run and don't ever look back, because some things in this world are best left undisturbed, hidden in the shadows and the mist. And sometimes the beauty of nature can conceal a darkness that you never knew existed. My name is Ryan, and for as long as I can remember, the wild has called to me. Not in some romantic, John Muir kind of way, though I certainly appreciate his writings. No, my connection to the natural world is more primal, more visceral. I'm a wildlife enthusiast through and through. It's not just a hobby, it's woven into the very fabric of my being. I can spend hours, days even, just observing animals in their natural habitat, learning their patterns, understanding their subtle cues. There's a language in the rustling leaves, the snap of a twig, the distant hoot of an owl, and I've dedicated my life to becoming fluent. My current obsession, if you could call it that, is the black bear, Ursus americanus. Majestic creatures, intelligent and surprisingly elusive despite their size. I've spent countless hours in the forests of North Georgia, particularly the sprawling wilderness of the Chattahoochee National Forest, trying to catch a glimpse of these magnificent animals in their element. I've seen their tracks, their scat, even the occasional rub mark on a tree, but a truly close encounter has always eluded me. Until now, perhaps. The morning had dawned crisp and clear, the kind of autumn day that makes you feel alive just by breathing in the cool, pine-scented air. The sun, still low in the sky, cast long, dancing shadows through the trees, painting the forest floor in a mosaic of light and shade. I'd been following a set of particularly large bear tracks for the better part of 3 hours. These weren't the playful paw prints of a younger bear. These were the deliberate, heavy steps of a mature male, judging by the size and depth of the impressions in the damp earth. My gear was minimal but essential. A sturdy backpack containing water, some high-energy snacks, a first aid kit, and a lightweight rain jacket. I also carried my trusty binoculars, a small notebook and pen for observations, and of course my camera with a telephoto lens ever hopeful for that perfect shot. I wasn't armed by choice. I believe in observing wildlife on their own terms, respecting their space. Plus, I've always felt that carrying a weapon creates a psychological barrier, a sense of separation from the environment I'm trying to connect with. The tracks led me deeper into the forest, away from the well, trodden hiking trails, and into a more secluded area. The trees here were older, taller, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The undergrowth was thick in places, a tangled mess of ferns, rhododendrons, and thorny vines. It was slow going, but the thrill of the chase, the anticipation of finally seeing my quarry, kept me going. The terrain began to slope downwards, leading into a small ravine. The air here felt cooler, damper, and the sounds of the forest seemed to soften, replaced by the gentle murmur of a hidden stream. I carefully picked my way down the incline, the bare tracks still clear in the muddy soil near the stream. This was promising. Bears often frequent water sources, especially during the drier autumn months. I followed the stream for a short distance, the tracks leading along its bank, occasionally disappearing into the thick vegetation before reappearing on a patch of bare earth. The forest here was incredibly still, the only sounds the gentle gurgling of the water and the occasional rustle of leaves in the light breeze. It was the kind of silence that speaks volumes, a silence that hints at the hidden life teeming all around you. Then, the tracks turned sharply to the right, leading away from the stream and into a particularly dense thicket of mountain laurel. This was the kind of place most people would avoid, a tangled wall of vegetation that seemed impenetrable. But for a bear, it would be an ideal hiding spot, a place to rest and feel secure. I hesitated for a moment, the thought of pushing through the dense foliage slightly unnerving. Thickets like this can be home to all sorts of creatures, some less welcoming than others. But the bear tracks were clear, and my curiosity, my desire to finally see this magnificent animal, outweighed my apprehension. Taking a deep breath, I pushed my way into the thicket. The branches scratched at my clothes, and the leaves brushed against my face. The air inside was still and heavy, the sunlight almost completely blocked by the dense canopy above. It felt like stepping into another world, a secret, hidden realm. As I pushed deeper, the familiar earthy smell of the forest began to change. It was subtle at first, a faint undercurrent to the usual sense of damp soil and decaying leaves. But as I continued to move forward, the new smell grew stronger, more distinct. It wasn't animalistic, not the musky odor I associated with bears or the sharper scent of a deer. This was something different, something unnatural. It was a strange smell, cloying and unsettling. Metallic, like old blood, but with a sickly sweet undertone that made my stomach churn slightly. I paused, my senses on high alert. What could possibly be causing such a bizarre odor in the middle of the forest? I took another step, pushing aside a thick branch, and then I saw it, resting on a moss-covered log, bathed in a single shaft of sunlight that pierced through the dense canopy, was a skull. Not just any skull, but the perfectly clean skull of a bear. It was pristine, almost unnaturally so. There was no fur, no flesh, no sign of decay whatsoever. It looked as if it had been meticulously cleaned and placed there. The bone was a stark white, contrasting sharply with the deep green of the moss beneath it. The eye sockets were dark and empty, staring blankly ahead, and the teeth, still firmly embedded in the jaw, seemed to grin in a silent, macabre display. I cautiously approached the log, my heart pounding in my chest. I circled it slowly, examining the skull from every angle. There were no other bones around, no scattered remains, nothing to indicate how this bear had died or where the rest of its body had gone. It was just the skull, sitting there in perfect isolation, a silent sentinel in the heart of the thicket. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger here, emanating from the skull itself. I leaned in closer, trying to identify the source of the odor, but I couldn't quite place it. It was unlike anything I had ever smelled before. A wave of unease washed over me. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. I'd seen animal remains in the forest before, the scattered bones of deer, the picked clean carcass of a raccoon. But this was different. The cleanliness of the skull, the complete absence of any other remains, the strange, unsettling smell, it all felt wrong. I reached out a hand, hesitating for a moment before gently touching the smooth, cold bone. It felt strangely light, almost hollow. As my fingers brushed against the top of the skull, I noticed something else, something I hadn't seen at first glance. There were faint markings etched into the bone, almost invisible in the dim light. I leaned in closer, squinting to make them out. They weren't natural cracks or weathering. These were deliberate, intricate carvings, small symbols that I didn't recognize. They seemed ancient, almost ritualistic. A shiver ran down my spine. The feeling of unease intensified, replaced by a growing sense of dread. What had happened to this bear? And what were these strange markings on its skull? I had come into the forest seeking an encounter with wildlife, but I had stumbled upon something far more disturbing, something that felt ancient, sinister, and deeply wrong. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that my peaceful morning of wildlife tracking had taken a dark and unexpected turn. The faint carvings on the bear's skull sent a shiver of icy dread down my spine. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, not the random scratches of teeth or claws, nor the weathering patterns of time. These were deliberate, precise etchings, small, almost geometric symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light filtering through the thicket. I ran my finger gently over them again, the bone feeling strangely smooth beneath my touch, as if polished. The symbols themselves felt cold, almost radiating a palpable sense of wrongness. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Could this be some kind of Native American marking? The Chattahoochee National Forest has a rich history, and there are numerous archaeological sites scattered throughout the region. But these symbols didn't resemble any Native American iconography I was familiar with. They felt older, somehow more primal. The metallic, sweet smell emanating from the skull was becoming almost overwhelming. It clung to the back of my throat, making me feel slightly nauseous. I had to get away from it, at least for a moment, to clear my head. I carefully placed the skull back on the moss-covered log, trying to keep the strange markings facing upwards, as if they held some clue I couldn't yet decipher. I backed away slowly, pushing through the dense laurel, my eyes still fixed on the eerie white object. The silence of the thicket seemed to press in on me, amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if unseen eyes were watching me from the shadows. Once I had put some distance between myself and the skull, I leaned against a thick oak tree, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking slightly, and a knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. This was no longer a simple wildlife tracking expedition. I had stumbled upon something else, something unsettling and inexplicable. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal, but as expected, there was nothing. Deep in this part of the forest, cell service was a distant dream. I was on my own. Taking a deep breath, I tried to rationalize what I had found. Maybe the bear had died of natural causes, and scavengers had somehow managed to clean the skull perfectly, leaving the rest of the skeleton untouched. It was a long shot, I knew, but I desperately wanted a logical explanation. As for the smell and the markings, perhaps some unusual mineral deposit in the area was reacting with the bone, creating the odor and the illusion of carvings. But even as I tried to convince myself of these possibilities, a nagging voice in the back of my mind whispered that I was wrong. This was no ordinary occurrence. There was something deeply unnatural about that skull, something that defied logic and reason. After a few minutes, I felt a semblance of control return. I knew I couldn't just leave. Curiosity, that relentless driving force that had led me into the wilderness in the first place, wouldn't allow it. I had to know more. I had to understand what had happened to this bear and what those strange symbols meant. Cautiously, I made my way back towards the log. The skull sat there, still and silent, the sunlight glinting off its smooth surface. The metallic, sweet smell seemed even stronger now, almost cloying. I pulled a bandana from my pocket and tied it around my nose and mouth, hoping to filter out some of the odor. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a pair of latex gloves. I knew it was unlikely, but I didn't want to contaminate any potential evidence. Carefully, I picked up the skull again. It still felt strangely light, almost weightless. I examined the carvings more closely this time, turning the skull slowly in my gloved hands. The symbols were small, no bigger than my fingernail, and they were etched deep into the bone. There were 5 of them in total, arranged in a circular pattern on the top of the skull. They looked almost like stylized figures, but their forms were too abstract for me to identify. I took out my notebook and pen and carefully sketched the symbols, trying to capture every detail. My hand trembled slightly as I drew, a feeling of unease creeping back into my consciousness. As I finished the sketch, my eyes fell upon something else I had missed before. On the underside of the skull, near the base, there was a small, perfectly round hole. It was clean and precise, as if it had been drilled with a laser. It was far too perfect to be the result of an animal attack or natural decay. My blood ran cold. What could have created such a hole? And why was it there? The metallic, sweet smell seemed to intensify again, and suddenly I understood. It wasn't the smell of old blood, it was the smell of copper. A sweetness that was harder to place, but it had a chemical, almost artificial quality to it. Copper. The thought sent a jolt of fear through me. What kind of creature would leave behind such a scent? And what could possibly create a perfectly round hole in a bear's skull? I carefully placed the skull back on the log, my mind reeling. This was far beyond anything I had ever encountered in the wild. This was wrong. I decided I needed to get out of this thicket, at least for a while. I needed to clear my head, to think about what I had found. I marked the location of the log with a piece of brightly colored flagging tape I always carried, hoping I could find it again if necessary. Pushing my way back through the dense laurel, I emerged into the relative openness of the forest. The sunlight felt almost blinding after the dimness of the thicket, and I took a deep breath of the fresh, pine-scented air, trying to expel the cloying odor that still lingered in my nostrils. I walked for a while, trying to put some distance between myself and the unsettling discovery. The forest seemed different now, the familiar sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves tinged with a sense of menace. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I found a small clearing near the stream and sat down on a fallen log, pulling out my water bottle and taking a long drink. My mind was racing, trying to piece together the fragments of what I had found. A perfectly clean bear skull, strange symbols, a perfectly round hole, the smell of copper. It didn't make any sense. Could it be some kind of elaborate hoax? Someone playing a prank on hikers? The thought was tempting, but the sheer strangeness of the scene, the isolation of the location, the unsettling feeling that permeated the thicket, it all felt too real, too sinister to be a joke. As I sat there, trying to collect my thoughts, I heard a sound. It was faint at first, a low, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate through the ground. I held my breath, straining to hear it over the gentle murmur of the stream. The humming grew louder, closer. It had a mechanical quality to it, a high-pitched whine that was almost painful to the ears. It sounded like some kind of machinery. My heart pounded in my chest. What could possibly be making such a sound deep in the Chattahoochee National Forest, far from any roads or trails? I stood up slowly, my senses on high alert. The humming was definitely getting closer, and now I could hear other sounds mixed in with it. The snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves, as if something large was moving through the undergrowth. I instinctively backed away, my eyes scanning the surrounding forest. The humming continued to grow louder, and the rustling sounds were getting closer, rapidly approaching my location. Then, through the trees, I saw it. It was tall, impossibly tall, and it moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but distorted, elongated like a grotesque caricature of a person. Its limbs were thin and spindly, its body gaunt and emaciated, and it was covered in something that glinted in the sunlight, something that looked like metal. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. This was no bear, no deer, no animal I had ever seen before. This was something else entirely, something that belonged in a nightmare. The metallic figure moved closer, its humming growing louder, more insistent. I could now see its face, or what passed for a face. It was long and narrow, with large, black eyes that seemed to absorb the light. And where a mouth should have been, there was only a thin, horizontal slit. As it moved, I could hear a faint clicking and whirring sound coming from its body, confirming my initial impression. This wasn't a creature of flesh and blood. This was something mechanical, It stopped a few yards away from me, its black eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by a low, guttural clicking sound that seemed to emanate from its throat slit. I stood frozen, unable to move, my mind paralyzed by fear. I had no idea what this thing was, where it had come from, or what it wanted. All I knew was that it was unnatural, terrifying, and it was looking directly at me. Then, it raised one of its long, spindly arms, and in its hand, I saw something that made my blood run colder than ice. It was a bear skull, and on its surface, I could clearly see the same strange, intricate symbols I had found on the skull in the thicket. The sight of the bear skull in the creature's hand sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It was undeniably the same skull I had found, the strange symbols etched into its bone glowing faintly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This thing was connected to the skull. It had placed it there. It had marked it. The creature tilted its head, its black eyes unblinking, studying me with an unnerving intensity. The clicking sound from its throat continued, a dry, rasping noise that seemed to vibrate in the stillness of the forest. I wanted to run to scream, but my limbs felt like lead and my voice was trapped in my throat. It took a step closer, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a poorly animated automaton. The metallic scent emanating from it was strong now, mixed with the faint, sickly sweet odor I had detected earlier. I could see the details of its construction more clearly. The metallic covering wasn't smooth. It was made up of interlocking plates, like some kind of crude, cobbled together armor. Here and there, I could see glimpses of something dark and organic underneath, something that looked disturbingly like stretched, pale skin. The hand holding the skull was long and skeletal, the fingers tipped with sharp metallic points. It raised the skull slightly, as if offering it to me. The gesture was unsettlingly human, yet utterly alien. Then it spoke. The sound that came from the horizontal slit in its face wasn't a voice, not as I understood it. It was a series of high-pitched whirs and clicks, modulated in a way that almost formed words. Almost, I could pick out a few fragmented sounds, whispers of syllables that didn't quite coalesce into anything recognizable. But underlying the mechanical noises, I could sense a chilling intelligence, a malevolent awareness. Fear finally broke through my paralysis. I stumbled backwards, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the creature. My heart hammered against my ribs and my breath came in ragged gasps. I had to get away. Now, I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about the thorns tearing at my clothes or the branches whipping against my face. I just ran, driven by a primal instinct to survive. Behind me, I could hear the creature moving, its jerky gait surprisingly fast. The clicking and whirring sounds echoed through the trees, a terrifying soundtrack to my desperate flight. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept running, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I ran until my vision blurred and my muscles screamed in protest. Finally, I stumbled and fell, landing hard on the forest floor. For a moment, I lay there gasping for air, convinced that the creature would be upon me any second. But the sounds of its pursuit seemed to have faded. I cautiously raised my head, scanning the surrounding trees. There was no sign of it, only the familiar, yet now menacing shapes of the forest. I lay there for a long time, listening, trying to regain my composure. The silence was broken only by the chirping of birds, which now sounded almost mocking in their normalcy. Had I imagined it? Had the stress and fear conjured up some kind of hallucination? No, I knew what I had seen. The skull, the markings, the metallic figure. It was all too real. Slowly, I picked myself up, my body stiff and sore. I had to get out of this forest. I had to get back to civilization, to safety. I tried to orient myself, but in my panicked flight, I had lost all sense of direction. The forest looked the same in every direction, a confusing maze of trees and undergrowth. I had no idea which way to go. Panic began to set in again. I was lost deep in the wilderness, with a terrifying creature lurking somewhere nearby. My phone still had no signal. I was completely alone. As I started to walk, trying to choose a direction that felt right, I noticed something on the ground. It was a small metallic object glinting in the sunlight. I cautiously approached it and bent down to take a closer look. It was a small disc, no bigger than a quarter, made of the same dull metal as the creature's body. On one side it was blank. On the other, etched into the surface, were the same strange symbols I had seen on the bear's skull. My hand trembled as I picked it up. It was cold to the touch, and it felt strangely heavy for its size. This was a piece of it, a piece of the nightmare I had encountered. I clutched the disc tightly in my hand and continued walking, my eyes constantly scanning the surrounding forest. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. The familiar beauty of the forest had been replaced by a pervasive sense of dread. Hours passed. The sun began to dip below the trees, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the forest changed. The daytime chirping of birds replaced by the hooting of owls and the rustling of nocturnal creatures. I was exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. My hope of finding my way out was dwindling with each passing hour. Just as darkness began to fall, I stumbled upon a small, overgrown trail. It was barely visible, but it was a sign of civilization, a glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. With renewed determination, I followed the trail, pushing through the tangled vegetation. The darkness grew deeper, and the sounds of the forest became more unsettling. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I saw a light through the trees. A faint, flickering glow that promised warmth and safety. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding with anticipation. As I drew closer, I saw that the light was coming from a small, dilapidated cabin. It looked abandoned, the windows dark and empty, except for a single flickering candle in one of the front windows. Despite my exhaustion and fear, a sense of unease washed over me. Why was there a candle in an abandoned cabin? Who could be inside? Cautiously, I approached the cabin, my senses on high alert. The door was slightly ajar, creaking gently in the night breeze. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed it open and stepped inside. The air inside was stale and musty, but the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on the rough, hewn walls. The cabin was small and sparsely furnished, with a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and a crude bed in the corner. And sitting at the table, bathed in the flickering candlelight, was the metallic creature. It turned its head slowly, its black eyes fixing on me. In its hand, it held another bare skull, identical to the one I had found, the strange symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. The clicking sound from its throat started again, slow and deliberate. It raised the skull slightly, its skeletal fingers tracing the etched symbols. Then it spoke, the modulated whirs and clicks forming a sound that, this time, I understood. "Welcome home, Ryan." I don't remember anything after that. I'm writing this now, days later, from a hospital bed. The doctors say I was found unconscious near an old logging road, suffering from severe dehydration and exposure. They have no explanation for the strange metallic disc clutched in my hand, or the fragmented, incoherent things I kept muttering about bears and machines. They think it was a hallucination, a result of exhaustion and stress. They tell me I was lucky to be found alive. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there in the Chattahoochee National Forest. And I know with a chilling certainty that it's not over. I still have the metallic disc. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I can feel it vibrating faintly in my hand. And sometimes, late at night, I hear a faint, rhythmic humming coming from somewhere outside my window. I don't think I'll ever go back into the woods again. The wild has called to me my whole life. But now I know there are some calls you should never answer. Some things are best left undisturbed in the shadows, where they belong. And sometimes, the true horror of the wilderness isn't the animals that live there, but the things that wait there. The things that collect skulls and whisper your name in the dead of night. And I have a terrible feeling they haven't finished with me yet.